Okay, hello everyone. It is Monday. It is a little past 8 o'clock due to some weird technical issues I was having. And yeah, I actually did not know what I was going to be streaming tonight until really like 15 minutes before I started. Um, I was planning to pull up some horror game and try to do it in one sitting, like I tend to try to do once per little break period I'm having. Hello. Um, but if I kept on, yes, yes, yes. If I had kept on with the Resident Evil games, next up would be 4. I don't have the remake of 4. I think I do have the Steam version of the original. But also, like, Resident Evil 4 is not a short game. Um, and if I keep doing these occasional retrospectives of consoles I own, I would prefer to play the original GameCube version of it eventually rather than the Steam port before the fancier Steam port. And if I skip past that, I go into 5, and that's when they start getting multiplayer, and that's the whole thing. But as it happens, unfortunately, just I want to say yesterday, I have been sleeping poorly, so I might have that slightly off. Uh, Hideki Sato, the person who designed every Sega console's hardware, died, unfortunately. And, not too long ago, the creator of all of the best games from Sega, Riku Kodama, when I say not too long ago, it was like, what, 3 years now? But he also passed away. So I figure, we just did the Saturn. I don't have that many Saturn games. The SNES swing was a two-parter, so let's combine a couple harder generations and also look at the Genesis. Just make it kind of a little tribute. Um, and that's a slightly complicated thing because I didn't really own a Genesis growing up. I was very close with someone who did have one, so I had access to that and was like a pretty regular thing. And said person at the time was kind of doing this thing of like constantly having to sell off old games to get new ones. So it was this rotating list. Then I did get one of my own several years after the fact and tracked in a couple things. And then, as people often do, someone gave me their old collection of Genesis games. They just merged into the pile. And I never bothered to put this in the back loggery, so I don't have that like listed out. And what I have is in a box. And since then, I have gotten like 4 different Genesis game collections in various ways. There was a really good one on the 360 on a disc. There was one on Steam for a while with a bit in it. I had the Genesis Mini, and at some point, someone got me one of those shady at games things. So in my mind, it's really fuzzy what I actually have on cartridge versus played somewhere else versus rented once for a bit versus I just played it through these collections. Um, so I'm kind of going off vibes. I've got a collection of games here. I'll be showing them off. And honestly, the reason that I'm starting a little bit late tonight is I had the hardest time finding a Genesis anything that would run. Um, it was a problem. I did get one eventually. It does not seem to comport my controller, so I'm going to be doing a horrible keyword thing. It doesn't play along well with OBS either, so I'm going to have to hit the magic button. Here we go. But yeah, just going to be going through here, playing some games. And let's see. Where to begin? I think personally, where I have to start here, it is, yes, is there's a game that I was really excited to get a copy of, having remembered playing it years ago. And then once I got my hands on it, it was very, okay. Hello? That's a heck of an intro. This is Cyborg Justice from Nova Trade, a Western developer you'll see a lot of on the Genesis, I feel. So, you do need an unrestricted hypercam mode there, right? I'm tempted to just like scroll that in the background in this document I have open just to block the rest of my screen. But anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna be jumping into this. But as you can see, this is a brawler whose plot is basically of RoboCop, and this is a real showcase of that Genesis sound, that farting robot sound, which I say I would love. I do like the way Genesis game sounds, generally speaking, but like, apparently what caused that is it has a similar like sample-based sound chip setup to the SNES, but a lot of people working with it didn't know that and thought that like the stuff that was on there as a demo when it was first sent to them was what the options were. So this very particular set of very odd instruments that everybody wound up using, and to different degrees of success. Anyway, part of what makes this interesting is at the start here, you get to customize your character a good bit. You can pick from various arms and torsos, which I'm not sure what this actually affects, if anything, or if this is just cosmetic. But who doesn't like big blocky robots? I'll show what they do. Or don't. Okay, fine. These actually matter a lot for now. But if I can remember the controls to this, Okay, so first of all, this is an issue with this game, is stuff comes flying off screen a lot. Now time for this. This is very important. I can't. There's some way when somebody is dead on the floor to just pick up parts of them and just like either throw them or just replace parts of your own body with theirs. Probably going to look at the manual now. That's across the room. Actually, I thought we'd be clear top of the stack and I could check it. But yeah, you can actually get healed by just, you know, eating people's torsos, essentially. I can remember how to do this. Nope, not it. And you can also just, like, you know, take their arms, take their legs, and get whatever power associated with those. Those missiles are really rude. It's very awkward how there's, like, just 3 buttons and none of them are jump. I guess this is kind of this is a hey, move already. We're gonna just poke you until you do, which is a little hostile compared to the standard. Here's a big blinking arrow. Oh, I don't see it. Nope. Okay. Well, if I can't figure it out, I'm gonna have a very bad time indeed. Yeah, so this I remember being a thing. So I mentioned there's no jump button. There's some means of getting a running start and jumping over those pits, but it's very tricky. Let's see what happens if I die. You know, I am going to try to find the manual for as well as it's happening. I want to go at least a slightly fair shot. Let's see. Aha! Aha! And the case, I do not have the manual. I got this used. Anyway, I will give this another shot, because that was barely anything. But, ooh, 4 letters, how weird. But yeah, I remember this game being really cool at the time, because the intro is kind of neat. The premise is kind of neat. You know, I'm just gonna go super normal. And the whole being able to, like, customize yourself on the fly by just, like, swiping parts of other people, that's just cool. But ultimately, this is an incredibly unfair brawler. Like, there's so many to it. And I'm not gonna get far if I can't figure this out either, but, you know. I'm not gonna get far. But I do remember, like, you have to have the instructions. The controls are okay. Here we go. Yoink. Oh, lost it. So yeah, you can just like rip somebody's arm off and extend their other arm, then their torso if you were so inclined. Just like post-assemble them. You do with as you will. And that's cool. But then, like, there's the thing with the missiles that just come in and just, like, wreck you if you don't move on immediately. Or you can also, like, yeah, start putting them back together by kicking their legs up and then reassembling them. I think it's mainly in there if you're playing 2-player and want to, like, help a friend not die at the last second. Or you might be able to grab stuff off the ground and somebody's just like in pieces, but like if you want to get someone his arm yanked off really strong, just like you accidentally killed them first, just like put them back together and then take it. Something like that. But yeah, the other thing about this game is like that pit that I died in, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen repeatedly. Because there's so many like incredibly precise jumps in a game that does not have an easy way to run or to jump. I think it'd be double tap, but no, it's not double tap. No time to experiment. Missiles are coming. Which only hit me, not them. Oh no. Yeah, so I'm terrible at this, but also it's just hard. The other thing is, I have gotten to the end of this game before. And the final boss in this game is the final boss from a Contra game. It's just a big wall that shoots lasers at you. And the thing is, if you're playing Contra and there's a big wall that shoots lasers at you, that's fine. You know, you hop around a couple of platforms and like lay down on the ground and shoot it a lot. This is a brawler. I take up half the screen. When there's a big wall that shoots lasers at you, there's just lasers filling the screen. And like 2 of them will kill you. So a lot of styler receptions with this one. I am not, as an adult, at all a fan of Cyborg Justice. But figured, you know, I'll show it off a little. So let's see, what next? And don't expect to spend a lot of time on most of these. This is a very wing it sort of night. Well, here's one. So again, like telling personal stories with these. Oh, I'm not going to zip this intro. This intro is amazing, if I recall. So again, it has to be like you see a lot more Western developer names in the Genesis library than most systems, because like in the US there was a brief period where the Genesis was like outselling Nintendo stuff. In Japan this was not the case. It was kind of like, you know, a mediocre performer for Sega there, but here it was great. So there was like more demand in the Western Hemisphere for games than there was in Japan. And because the Genesis happened to have the same basic processor setup as, was it the Amiga? Don't quote me on that. Some British computer setup had a very similar chipset going on, which made it very, very easy to just like port stuff directly over from that. Anyway. If it wasn't obvious from the legitimately amazing, especially for the time, graphics, this is from the same person who brought us Out of This World or Another World, whichever you want to call it. Okay, get my controls. Somewhat. Okay, that's how to running jump. Yeah, this was kind of the follow-up to either Out of This World or Another World, whatever you want to call it. One of those cinematic platformers. Okay, how do I grab things? Ah, there we go. Oh, question, how do I X my inventory? Ah, start, okay. I think this could use more buttons than it has. Yeah, this was ported to everything. And it is arguably, this is where the person's forehand comes in, the first game I ever owned for the Genesis, if we're really playing fast and loose with the word owned. At one point, I was borrowing a Genesis from somebody else, doing one of those, like, here, borrow my SNES for, like, you know, a couple weeks, I'll borrow your Genesis things. And I rented this game, and to the best of my knowledge, you know, I had it for the weekend. Did finish it, it's not a terribly long game, and took it back. Or more accurately, I asked my mother at the time, because, you know, I was a child, to take it back. And for whatever reason, it fell off the seat, rolled under the seat of the car. She spaced out, forgot that she hadn't taken it back. I didn't happen to go back to that particular rental place for a while. They very shortly thereafter closed down. And because of that, it, you know, never got returned. And then, like, literally, like, 7 years later, just cleaning up the car. Oh, here's that rented Genesis game. Whoops. Also, this right here is a little detector, or sensor thing, which will, in this case, make a noise if something's in front of it, which is just used to guide you to that little plot device. I do need to remember some basic controls, though. Because this is very much like Prince of Persia, one of those things where you have to know your exact move set, and it is very unforgiving what you have to do. Yeah, so I low-key accidentally stole a copy of this game back in the day, is what I was basically trying to say. I think it is like hold A, tap forward to start running. Okay, then you automatically will jump. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they had to get very economical with the controls for the Genesis version of this. But yeah, you start out here with Amnesia in some jungle. The plot is kind of a, like, pastiche of, like, Philip K. Dick stories. Okay, that's... Okay. They're gonna come back to me. This is also a very cruel game. There are a lot of things that are just like instant death in particularly in this starting area. And again, this is also true of Out of This World. This is true of Blackthorn. This is definitely true of Oddworld. Just very, very unforgiving games with highly animated movesets. A lot of precision. Okay, I have to have a certain distance for run up, right? Okay. It's actually a very limited moveset, and it's just kind of unorthodox. So a lot of the game is just like coming to terms with that, essentially. There we go. It's a good pistol whip. Anything up there? No. But yeah, so yeah, beat this on a rental back in the day, and then kind of that's rude. In theory, our friend there will still be shooting the wall. I can give him one of these. I was expecting to jump there. Right, that's a long jump. Okay, okay. I'm figuring this out. Aha. Nope, can't pick that out from here. Okay. So, believe it or not, that was intentional damage. I do have this little shield here I want to point out, which is basically HP. It has very few charges. There are very few places to actually recharge it, but they do exist. And oh, here's something that this game has a lot of. And oh, I'll level over again, aren't I? Oops. So Nicole, I actually have to pick this up, or else some door somewhere will be blocked off. I can't skip the little cutscene gives. Bit of a lag switching screens. This, of course, like Out of This World, is kind of running its own custom engine. And, oh, there was something over there that I forgot to pick up. Okay. There was a time when I, like, had this entire game down enough that I would, like, hum a little song that would just, like, signify all my actions in it and stuff like that. Good sound go along with that. Small amount of money. So I'm not like to get there in this little quick demo, but I seem to recall the like level progression as being kind of interesting. It starts off very just like adventure in the jungle here. Dealing with people like this, their weird dudes with their giant guns and whatnot. But after a bit of that, there's a whole chapter where you're just like in a city, having to just like take the subway and get odd jobs like that to earn enough money to get somewhere. And it's a very interesting little setup of like, you know, this little subway that you can like go to different little regions with, and little kiosks for getting your jobs and whatnot. Which at the time I thought was pretty neat. Okay, so we do need to charge this somehow. Just do this. There's always a way to do things without taking damage. I don't remember what it was in that case, but there's some combination of moves where you just like land crouched with your gun drawn and just be able to get the first shot there. Another thing is when I was first playing this, it was on an old TV that wasn't configured super well, and I remember the like overflow area of the screen chopped off like the last 20 pixels or so. So that particular, just instantly vaporizing green stuff, that's very visible. Some of them, it's just this very subtle effect on the floor. At the same time. And I could not see those for the life of me on the TV I was using. Or I could see like a pixel of it if I looked really closely. I just can't get through there anyway. It's kind of narrow gap, right? Oh, yeah, like these. It's a little subtle. But I just like walk around the screen and die. It's like, what killed me? Okay, here we go. This only charge. Or is this not on? What's the deal here? Oh, wrong button. Okay. Yeah, the versions for the SNES, if I recall, has a much more simple control scheme because they have, like 6 buttons. Well, really 8 to work with versus 4 on the Genesis. Yeah, I can recharge my little shield battery here. I'm now fully healed. So that's a plus. Yeah, sometimes it's like A interacts with B to interact. It's very inconsistent that way. those here. Ah, right. This is just annoyingly designed. There we go. Will do. Try to get back to where I was. I mean, I like this one. At least like at the time. It's a learning process if you haven't played it in forever to just remember how anything controls properly again, though. Especially the Genesis port, like there's just one button too few or something. Okay, so I can't climb up that way, but I can, I think, do this. Okay. I forgot how punishing the falling damage was. Anyway, yeah, that's a look at Flashback. It is a good game if you can get into it, but it's like you gotta get into the right mindset, and it is very punishing. Yeah, let's see. What else is relevant today? Oh, here we go. So last week when I was in my Genesis collection, part of what I was playing was Shining the Holy Ark, which I mentioned being very similar to the first game in that series, Shining the Darkness, but without the charm. So let's have that charm. I can kind of fit my name. Just gotta have some creative spelling is all. There we go. Yep. Yeah, Shining Force 1 is definitely on the list here too tonight. But like, yeah, the early Shining games had like the best 2D artwork. It just like really, really expressive characters, really, really just fun, creative character designs. So I like that they're kind of doing the movie style opening credits there over the king's head. That good talking, it just love it so much. Loud though. So a fairly brisk intro here. And then we have the world map. This is the whole thing. You got the castle there, where you basically start and end the game. You have the one dungeon, and you have the one town. I love this town. Mostly because of this. Really jaunty music, really highly animated scene in general, in both senses of the term. if I recall, over the course of the game, different crowds of people are in here slightly. Or at least they have things to say. We can take this table. These are more of the regulars. We got that nice little, you know, one column for some cool little parallax going on. You also may have noticed the basic UI is very visual. And the whole thing will loop around if you just go and direct them long enough. You have some starting gear and all. Even if it was just sent down schooly to buy stuff. That's very flashy. Sorry for anybody who hasn't seen that. They just flat out reused this music in Shining Force, by the way. They seem to about just being very, very just like visually charming. And then the Saturn games went with this awful pre-rendered sprites look. It's such a shame. Okay. I like that it does force you to go to town and hit the shop. It just doesn't force you to actually buy anything. I believe I just wander in here for long enough. Well, first of all, I gotta appreciate these cool graphics here. Especially for running away. I seem to recall getting together two cardboards pretty early on. I hope so. They make a nice segue to talking about Shining Force. Very limited options though. I'm gonna turn this down slightly because this is actually like, nope. Can't do this. It is a catchy little soundtrack in general. Which is another problem I had with the Saturn follow-up for this. Is, yeah, musically not so much going on. Am I going to kill these worms? I probably am. Yes, I am. Whoops. Moral of the story, actually buy stuff. But I believe we don't do like reload or save death. We do take half your money death, which in this case works. I hadn't actually bought anything. Also, I do love when you're like unequipped. The slots here reflect it. You just have like, here's the back of your head. That's a weird UI. You just like go down the line slot by slot, apparently. Yeah, so there's the little bear torso back of my skull look. It would be faster to replay the intro really quickly, I suppose, than to earn back that $100 that I just lost by being careless. My name is not changed. I hate spelling like this though. Yeah. Okay. Smash through this. Just like mention my friends and not this time I will take the king's advice and actually buy some gear. Yeah. Slimes I can handle, worms I can't. Again, like very visual everything going on here. Oh wait. It's a separate set for armor, isn't it? A little harsh UI-wise. Oh. I should equip that. Very just... I love the way NPCs look in these games. Just, in, you know, party members too. It's just a very fun style. Pretty straightforward stuff. And this, of course, is where you go if somebody dies. And take your experience, which is true to a lot of Sega stuff. The original Phantasy Star worked that way, too. A very functional town, aside from the tavern, which is just great. And we'll also have, you know, like, updated information as you proceed through stuff. Okay, and flashing light warning, sorry. Wait, seeing that. Do we have more? I do love them just like showing up to gloat like this though. Any last minute tips for me? Very like straightforward bare bones plot. And just double checking. You don't find your other primers in here, do you? 'Cause it's been a while since I played this. Oh, you do. Okay, that would also help. Or at least progress towards finding. I think I just find that somewhere. Yeah, just a mage and a healer who join you early on. And those two are also like starting characters in the next game showing off. Where's the little monkey noise? It's a sound they expect a sound to come out of the slime. Here we are. It's also a game where, like, aside from Hikikomi party members, there's not a lot to be said. Because it is very much just a dungeon crawl of a game, but without any real character customization. Just here's your party of very, like, Dragon Quest II characters. Really, really charming townsfolk. Dungeons kind of like divide into a few like sub-dungeons that you are sent to turn at various points in the game. Like it's actually pretty good for what it is. It's very, very humble RPG. Mostly showing off a little bit for contrast, and then to get into the sequel to this, or sort of sequel. It is funny that this is like almost as smoothly animated as the original Phantasy Star on older hardware. Oh, it is texture better, so I'll give it that. There are some nice little touches, like how this hallway has these little porches on it, so it's not all entirely samey corridors. Really? Very random encounters. I mean, I heard that, but I was trying that when it wasn't working out for me for some reason. Yeah, I went through like 4 or 5 emulate checkpoints that worked because I have never had a reason to emulate this for some reason. I'm usually very much a real hardware gal, and just do that for these streams. And then also, like, the entire Genesis library has been like ported to so many collections at this point. We have a nice little HP color coding to remind me that it is time to use one of these. Very, very limited inventory per character, very cool too. As was now at the time. Anyway, yeah, that's a taste of this. So moment. Okay, it's a cute little game. I appreciate it. But mostly appreciate it for paving the way to this one. Oh, that is what I'm using. You're right. Yeah, I was kind of in a panic just trying to find something to work. I think it having a very, very like straightforward plot. Have more creative with the names of your countries here. It's like, yes, the great and terrible war between Virginia and West Virginia. Okay, so there's a Shining Force. Same developers very clearly. They still enjoy this framing device for saving and loading your game, which I appreciate to this day. Vanillaware also likes this sort of thing. Well, I guess we're still doing this. Although, oh, I can get my whole name now. Excellent. Just looks wrong without the O. Yeah, this was back in the day when it was, like, still not guaranteed that you could save everything. A lot of password-based stuff in the Genesis. Once again, we have our very nice little animated everything. So, yeah, I think I was playing this last time. Well, first of all, this is what I expect out of bookshelves in Shining Force games. This thing, that thing, and many more books. But, yeah, the thing that sets us apart from other tactical RPGs of the time, which I guess was basically just Fire Emblem, come to think of it, is this is much more RPG-ish when you're not in combat. As far as just, you know, like exploring towns and poking every barrel and whatnot. Having an overworld with random encounters on it, for that matter. I think that's more of a thing in the second game. A bit. Our nice little jaunty town theme here. Got that cool keep over the one shoulder look going on. And then reloading face to the side because they mirror that sprite. little interactions like that. So this is just kind of why I was so disappointed with the bookshelves in 3, because they don't quite do this little gag there. It's an important gag. Okay, I think this house is too cramped, is what I think. You won't leave them with the books, will you? Fiendish. Diabolical. It's funny there isn't any, because I don't seem to recall it being, like, mechanically a thing in this game. As you can tell from him having a portrait, he was a party leader. It's kind of funny the main character is, like, trained to become a knight, because, like, it's not necessarily a racist policy, but there's a couple things you're missing that every other knight seems to have. Can't quite put my finger on what, but something's missing. Eventually you get a party of like 50-ish characters, and like a full quarter of them are centaurs. Set up in such a way that you can like have a pretty balanced party if you just like go all centaur. Anything else at the castle here? I miss the, like, big headband era of fantasy art that this is very much a part of. Okay, okay, there we go. One thing I don't miss about games with vintage is just being totally at the mercy of people running around like that. Oof. I want to say the king and like the main villain group are like the only with portraits that don't join your party eventually. Oh, and him. And him. Okay, so outside of this room and the villains. This is a charming little gimmick they have. So now I'm off to find people who have names. One was up here, wasn't she? Here she be already. The struggle of not playing this in forever. Here we go. You're just joining all at once in a big match here. Low there is in Shining the Dark, as I recall, as your healer. It'll have to be eventually, I talked about, like after the first, like, proper battle. There's definitely characters you can miss in this, though. So your party of 12 characters hang out in this room. 12 active characters, that is. Then everybody else can hang out back here. Fairly space here, because again, there's like 50 or so characters that cram into this room. So everybody gets exactly 4 inventory slots. Which is, in fact, very restrictive. So I'm still not allowed back here? Yeah. A lot of cute little things like that. Oh, I have no money at all, okay. Well then. No, what do you want in here? No, okay. Oh, okay, we're being all formal about it, huh? Getting ahead of myself, apparently. It's very, very, like, Dragon Quest sort of introduction here. go talk to the king about the problems. Have somebody to go shopping with. I'm not gonna waste the turn of somebody who can actually fight with healing moves. I'm gonna win the staring contest. Back there. Church. I could have sworn there was a weapon shop. This initial fight being like shockingly hard too. I'm sure if I've mentioned this here, who's talked about people about it, but the enemy AI in this game is fascinating to me. Like, okay, that knight there definitely had enough movement to like run up and attack my characters, but they don't like to do that. They like to clump up and make sure they can get their whole little group in there to hit you at once. And of course, combat looks neat. Experience is also very, very, very rubber bandy. Yeah, they're just like getting that tight formation to make sure they can like drop somebody when I first engage them, which is not necessarily a terrible trade, but it's not what you expect out of this genre, generally speaking. And that also means that this whole cluster here will just like let me whittle them down if I don't engage the main group there. Very, very flashy spells again. Sorry with that. It's hard to keep healers like topped off on experience. Because not gonna get from attacking, generally speaking, and healing gives you a little experience, but not a lot. Someone has to need it, someone has to be like higher level than you. So they're still like not engaging, because like you can't all get in there. Which once you realize that, and you just like learn to just go slow, wait for your slower characters to catch up, know that they're not going to come rushing out. Yeah, I can probably start attacking now. So Luke is gonna just get mobbed here and probably die. Maybe not. Because none of these would advance until I, yeah, broke the ice basically by getting close enough. I finish that off. I don't know why you skipped your turn. You definitely could have done stuff. I'm getting totally surrounded here. If I can help it. Should probably start whittling this one down. Ooh, double attack. Nice. Good for kid. There's a chance that I could have my lowly healer take that one off. That's probably go. Again, bright flashing red light. But the other weird thing about how they just like clump them up formation so the whole formation can come out and get you. Once you have higher level spells, they'll hit like a plus shape formation. They're really, really good because things are very, very frequently lined up just right for it. So you actually need this now. That gives me 12 experience. It isn't really enough, frankly. Finish that off. I really like mages in this game, so, you know, have all the experience you need. This is going very well for me, but again, if you do what you do in like most games of this nature and just like rush up to try to get the first hit in, not really, they'll just wait. It can go very badly for you. Unclear what this is nice just like sitting around for though. Oh no. And then after the fight, I can explore the area, and the rest of my party is just kind of non-entities. Not as much to explore here, honestly. It's a very simple map, but not always the case. Here we see that like terrain is a big thing in this, as far as like giving you defensive bonuses. Hans here is an elf who kind of sucks walking through the hills. Same. Elf has no real excuse. Ken, being a centaur, can go really far on, you know, open ground, but also is not super great in the mountains. Luke, being a dwarf, is slightly better. He can go 3 steps, but, you know, that space is occupied. Call elves go faster in the woods, as you expect. Now I might as well just fly. In general, like, movement ranges and attack ranges are very surprisingly small in this. There's a lot of this setup stuff going on. Yeah, because the weird AI where, like, those goblins won't just, like, attack because they get a chance to. They have to, like, run back to their friends. Get into a nice little tight formation, and then they'll attack when they can all get in. And sometimes the combination of this means that, people who could get an attack in just won't take it. Even if you're, like, right there casting spells at them because they can't get their friends in. You know, I left all this room for... Okay, there you go. See, again, like... I'm already hitting you, and you're just hanging back. It's a very unorthodox thing for the AI to do. But I'll take it. And if I was patient, I could just have Hans pick all of these off, except for the last one. But let's properly engage them. So it ends up being like a very easy game if you understand that quirk of the AI, and if you don't, you're actually really massively outnumbered in every fight, and it's a problem. There's also like a little secret password thing that just turns the game two-player. It might only be in the second game, but one of them has it, which is interesting because you know, your friend just takes control of whatever the enemies are in the fight. But your friend probably has, you know, a better sense of strategy and tactics than they do, so... Again, just run him back to get as many friends as they can in the fight. It's a very odd thing to do. And it does not work out for them, generally speaking. Except when it does. It does get more deadly later on when they have, like, actual movement range, and they can get their whole clump of, like, 4 or 5 things to just, like, rush at somebody. But when they can't, they just kind of watch their friend die. It's bizarre. R.I.P. that one goblin. Never bothered to fight back. Now they do get, like, the type advantage here of like, you know, they're in the forest and get defense bonus, and I'm on the plains. But also, like, you know, I'm attacking them. I was gonna around the top there, but you know, might as well like form a living wall in case they do decide to actually start moving in. So yeah, so what I think about this game, it's nice to try to like spread your experience evenly. Because it's very rubber banding how it gets given out. There's a mechanic later on where once you get somebody up to at least level 10, I think, you can promote them to like prestige class, which resets their level to 1. I think they keep half their stats, and they have like different ability growth going on. And there's kind of some strategy when you want to do it. It leaves you very, very, very weak when you first change. But in the long run, like, you know, you want to have access to a better class. And sometimes in the really long run, you want to, like, split your leveling over the two evenly to max out on your, like, total experience potential. Like here, Luke is only getting 26 experience because he's now level 2 versus 48 for when he's level 1. Yeah, I'll be brave. And eventually, again, you have like 12 characters out in the field at once, which is a spicy amount to have, frankly. You don't see that in games these days. Oh, right, that is like no range, so I should have actually. Oh well. Finish that one off. I'll prepare to put Hans there as I can. Ooh. Or I'll be killed, one of them too. These are just like never gonna catch up. I would actually hang back, I think. See if I can finish this off. Eventually get some of that healing. Just stay here. A real set up. Desperately needed. So, absolute best case scenario for healing. I am a lower level, I am fully healing someone who had 1 HP. I get a whopping 19 experience. Healers are really hard to level up in Shining Force. That's why usually I honestly don't even bother bringing them along. You can play the turtle game. Anyone else hurt at all? No. 3 hits. That exploitable Shining Force AI. It's like, ha ha ha, we'll form a little C at the side of the bridge, and whoever crosses first gets hit by 3 of us, but like, I can just not cross. You got it covered. Saving room in case they don't. Well, that's unfortunate. Punish my hubris. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Killing main character. And by the way, you lose if your character goes down. This was in fact a demonstration of how that worked. Although, since I can't go back to town after that fight, because that would just make no sense, it sends me back to this little side cabin nearby, where I can meet someone else. You can also find this after that fight if you don't stupidly get the main character killed like I just did as a demonstration thing. And here we pick up 2 new characters. Nobody else is actually dead. There's that promotion thing I mentioned. That's for, like, you know, curing nasty conditions that stick around after the fight. Okay. The little hamster in the helmet joins me later, apparently, but I did get my extra healer in here. So there's a lot of, like, you know, hidden characters to find here and there like that. Yeah, I can also just visit that house after the fight to get them. But yeah, that's Shining Force's whole deal. There's some just like really eccentric characters later on, like the armadillo in the steam powered power armor, and the flying octopus in a jar wizard. Very cute game. Very unique AI. I enjoy it, and the sequel is just kind of more of the same, which is fine because the same is good. And now I think we're due for another bad game. Or two, even. Because, okay, these are ones that I've, like, you know, picked up over the years, personally. But, of course, when I first played a game on the Genesis, it was the original launch title. Good old Altered Beast.
Rise from your grave.
Which is a non-belt scrolling, side-scrolling beat 'em up with. Okay, there we go. Right, I have to like hold that to get a full height jump. One of the blue wolves are just like flashing in the arcade version. They will drop these little power-up orbs, which make you just beefier. And slightly better, not really in a measurable way. And if you manage to get 3 of them before this person shows up or leaves,
Welcome to your doom.
you get to be a werewolf in this case. Alright, it's punching this one, isn't it? I swear there's like one button you spam for every boss in the game, and they just drop really, really simply. Because I can use that like to dodge out. This was kind of a tech demo game, because, like, I mean, this is a bit more visually impressive than something on the NES. It's not quite arcade perfect, but it's pretty close. And then Mr. steals your stuff, and you have to get new orbs in the next level. And somehow your shirt regenerates. So this is kind of all we have for plot is just these little still images between levels. However, the version of this for, I want to say the PC engine, has a whole intro, which is kind of a lot. Explaining that the reason that you're in a grave at the start is because, like, that was the punishment that Zeus had for werewolves for being too awesome and threatening the gods. But then they kidnapped his daughter, specifically Athena, to be clear. And, you know, are you a bad enough werewolf to go into Hades and rescue her? Or where, whatever, really. Now for the most difficult boss in the game, where you just sit here and do this. Sorry, sit here and do this. Very talented. I'm just gonna see how far I can get on a single continue. Which might be the whole game. It's been a bit, though. Yeah, I played this when the Genesis was brand new, and at the time, however old I was, don't feel like doing the math, let's say like 8, I don't know, I was already like, oh, is this the future of video games? Are they just going to be like focused on impressive graphics and be really, really shallow and short? I don't want that. Fortunately, it did not prove to be the case, but like, this game is very shallow and short with pretty graphics and nothing else really going on for it. the getting steadily beefier with your head staying the same size never ceases to amuse me. And those sequences are slightly more impressive in the arcade. Okay, so bear mode, I get this pre-Sonic Sonic Dash, and I get this petrifying breath. And if you don't manage to power up by the boss showing up here, the entire level just loops, and you have to... Oh, I thought it was invisible in there. Okay, so that's what I was getting. Yeah, the entire level will loop, which is always frustrating if you just miss just one, because you have to like just sit around for this whole loop of the level before the Ferret comes back around and summons the boss. And that was level 3 out of 5. The next level is tiger form, and then back around to wolf again, but it's golden. And then it's over. And like, damage is a little unfair. Things will just kind of like hurt you a lot, and you have very little HP. But like, other than that, there's nothing really stopping you from just walking to the end. It's a very short game. No, I've never really been a fan of. The other game I haven't been a fan of, and have to point out just because, like, you know, I can show off, like, the classics, or I can show off just the stuff that I had access to that nobody talks about for good reasons. Isn't that just inherently more entertaining? Alright, rather it's not VR, it's specifically the holodeck from Star Trek is this game's conceit. It's very much a holodeck episode. This is such a 90s protagonist here. So this is Kid Chameleon. A game that sucks. Sucks real bad. I'll try to explain why as I play. And this control scheme isn't going to help me at all. So you can already tell we're doing like janky Mario. Very like, it's like all ice physics. Okay, a little size speech stamp before you almost get it jumping, have to jump again, go, "Hey." I have no idea what these little gems do. Which is like, how do you know it's a bad platformer? It's just like, there's some collectible. What does it do? I don't know. Yeah, the big gimmick of the game is we get these many power-ups where you get like a helmet that turns you into some other character. This has like reverse stomping and I think it can also do like a charging tackle thing. Somehow or other. Mostly just very heavy. I feel like there's a lot of games in Genesis that like don't really want to have 3 buttons and just makes one of them redundant. Most of them, in fact. Oh no. It's already, you can tell how like slippery the controls tend to be. And we got that like vertical scrolling that we don't really need or want. Just make so you can't see your landing. And also, you know, I'm kind of like tricking this power up, then I can't get these things because I have it. There's that stompy feet thing. Nope, just can't get him. So that's some of the problem. The other problem is this game has like 100 and something levels, which is never a good sign. And they're not sequential. It's all like, here's warp zones that take you to random like alternate routes, and some of them send you back to earlier ones, and you just have to like use a guide or map it the hell out over multiple playthroughs. Here's another order, perhaps. This is the samurai who can actually attack. This kind of pathetic little slash. Well, I do have the Zelda 2 down thrust, and I can't come away with that. Enemy design is a thing. But you also have like a higher jump height here. Right, patiently wait for this. I think I can bounce off it and get to that one. Nope. Okay. That's just not happening. Suddenly let me get to that. Running start maybe? Okay, I got a 1-up for my dedication to mastering the sloppy physics. But you can kind of see already, this is like... This is not a game for somebody who's, you know, studied the classics of platformers. It's got a lot of rookie mistakes going on. That was just rude. You wanna activate? I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. Also, I can do the like Zelda 2 down stab. This is just kind of a straight upgrade over the night. So I can choose not to do it here. And I can hack to the side. Everything's just so slippery too. I don't have to swim across. Let me just like walk forward for a second, let go, and then it's like a whole like half a block before I actually come to a stop, and that's at like slow speeds. You have like less control in the air somehow. Keep building momentum in a weird way. And of course, the game with 100 levels has limited continues. Why wouldn't it? It also makes you hit start certain levels, kind of weird. Now I basically have to get a new power up here to proceed. Okay, I have like, you know, ram into things. You could make a cool game around this. Like, you could, you know, design clever little puzzles where you have to have the right move for the right time. They don't really do that so much. Okay, right. Okay, this is what the knight can do, besides be heavy. So run, jump, special action of the buttons. Also, I just had to point out the fact that I'm currently some kind of, like, cool rhinoceros man. Which is... It says something about, like, the sensibilities of the designers. The agile climbing skills of the medieval knight. Over here then. More of these little gem things. What do they do? I maybe get a 1-up per 100 of them, but like, you can't collect these like Mario coins. They're not like nice and polite and like shiny lines. You have to always hit a block for them, and then hit it again to actually activate it. And it's like, it's just kind of a chore. So you might wonder, why am I getting like more time when I've got like 10 minutes on the clock for a very short level? It's a fair question to ask. I believe the answer is, no, you just built up a lot of time, never mind. Oh no. Somehow I was captured by this hand, despite, you know, having that little forward charge attack, which you think would have me hit it instead. I get rid of it by just waiting a while, apparently. There we go. Can't go that way. Oh right, the fact that when you die, it goes die. That's the thing this game is going for. But yeah, it's just kind of a bad platformer, and there's like, I don't know, I want to say a dozen of these power ups, but they're so unbalanced. Like, there's one where you turn into a tank that fires little skulls out of it that bounce around, and it's just, you know, way better than any other offensive option, but is also awkwardly wide, and you are forced to lose it in places. There's one where you just have like infinite jumping. There's one where you can like reverse gravity, and I think there's one where you just like are constantly moving at maximum speed. And then I think another one with the range attack just really bad. It feels a little poorly thought out, and like there's not variety to the levels. Like, this is what you see the whole way through the game, pretty much what you've been seeing so far. And it's very long and like mazy in its design, making you find warp zones to like get onto the right path. I don't know. It just feels very, very, very rough to me, and I have never been a fan. And I guess while I'm going through the pre-Sonic the Hedgehog platformers, we got one more disappointment there to show. And then I'll get back to games I actually enjoy. So, one of the standout games on the original Sega Master System was Alex Kidd in Miracle World, which was, you know, a very Mario-style platform that like did a lot of ambitious things with power-ups and whatnot, and had the questionable choice of using rock, paper, scissors for the boss fights. They really wanted this to be their mascot for the longest time. And that one game on Sega Master System is you know, it's not great, but it's okay. And then there's the rest of the series. Which is half, like, actually a game from another series with the character slapped in there. One really just awkward platform that was in arcades and is just looks like it's made for small children. And then this, which is just, hey, let's take the one big hit we had as the series goes and redo it and just double down on all the horrible flaws. Oh yeah, I did start as a Dragon Ball thing, and then they lost the license, hence the general looking character. Here I can get some money, and I can take that money, and I can maybe shop. Maybe. Good old rock, nothing beats rock. So I have paid money to buy this power up if I win this rock, paper, scissors match. I have no real strategy here. I'm just winging it. Also, the animals are watching this as a play, apparently. Okay, I defeated my opponent and got the right to buy the thing that I was trying to pay for. If I had failed that, I would have died. Which is very questionable. Okay, so we can really just have two buttons. So first of all, I can't afford that. But, like, why would I want to pay for this? Oh. Secret. Oh, I got one of them, thank you down there. So like finding all this money in the original game is cool because oh I can spend that and get cool power-ups like we'll use it. This thing. Which lets me shoot. But here it's like I have to gamble on really just a pure 50-50 shot with my life if I want to actually get a power-up. Which makes the and you like automatically this jump kick thing. It's a very questionable decision. I'm not attacking midair to do that, by the way. It's just that if you jump, you just do a jump kick, and if you attack, you shoot at your thing. And the art's really bad, like more so than the original game, which looked fine. So I don't know what happened with this. Just we gotta showcase our mascot, and this is what came out. I'm actually forgetting which buttons attack because of that, like, automatic when you jump. Okay, there we go. Oh. Yeah, one hit kills still, despite being on, you know, the Genesis, and, like, we've come past that, I think, in society. But not for Alex Kidd. It's gonna be a weird throwback. So I was actually like excited to play this game because like the original I actually do like. Again, it's not great, but it is an okay platformer, and I wanted to see a proper sequel to it. And I got this, which, you know, I keep forgetting which button's which. Those eyes, like a doll's eyes. I keep thinking I'm going to get used to the controls, and then that happens, and it's like, oh wait, was that attack? No, that's jump. I can't punch in midair, so when I get that twist, I have to use this jump kick, which is, oh, if I hit jump in midair, I will attack. Okay. Very odd and awkward. Very questionable hitboxes. Not a very good, like, remix of the theme song either. It's like, this sounds like what you'd get in the Saturday morning cartoon adaptation or something. Oh, nice to get past it, though. But again, like, money is not a reward if I'm going to, like, you know, have to bet my life to use it. So basically what I'm saying is, like, the early days of the Genesis were pretty grim. I understand why it didn't do so well in Japan. Oh, yeah. How many lives do I have? Not get that many. So that's the thing that existed. Anyway. So those are some of my earlier experiences on the system. Well, now I get into things that are, you know, kind of good for the most part. Like, let's see. Well, here's one that, again, like, ties into the setting as I was playing last week. A lot of Climax games, come to think of it, on my list here. So this is Landstalker. Like, again, very similar vibes to Dark Savior from last time. We are definitely going for like a particular vibe here with this intro. Sometimes it's one of those things where it's like, wow, what cool stuff is being done in this engine, and then also, oh damn, I'm gonna have to deal with this with like janky where even is the ground isometric platforming, aren't I? Yeah. Good dog. Yeah, like really hitting the ground running, like setting up this whimsical world we're set in. And Sega really had a thing for giant birds around this time, didn't they? Golden Axe had one of those too. I don't think this is really a 2-button game. Oh, wait. Hang on. This is me hitting left and right. This is me hitting up and down. I have to hit a natural diagonal to move predictably. That is a choice. I did not remember that being a thing. But why would you do it this way? And it's not that bad an actual controller, because like, you know, going diagonally on a Genesis controller just happens. But like, that's for later then. Oh, that's gonna mess me up so bad. Because I'm on arrow keys right now, and like, hard to get my head around that. This was not playing nice with my actual controller. And the worst part is too, like, left and right, up and down. They're still going this way, left and right, up and down. So you just kind of stay on the last axis you used. it's much more manageable than actual proper controller, but it's still... Could we not do it this way? But yeah, again, very, you know, Solstice-like in a lot of ways. Very Zelda-like in a lot of ways. It's kind of an interesting split between the two. Thematically. I never did finish this back in the day. I remember there's like a dungeon where you get like magically transformed into a small dog and then have to navigate through just some like intentionally BS isometric jumping puzzles. Yeah, I just never got past that point. At the end, apparently. Just previewing some later stuff, basically. So those are some big shoes. One big part of this game is you can stand on anything. So when he's walking around, you get a good angle on him, just go for a ride. Okay, chicken? Chicken? What did you say? That's... No. That is not how you do that onomatopoeia. Someone have fun screenshotting that one. I did that as he's no shopping. Yeah, just in case somebody feels like really immature later tonight, let me find the chicken again, give you a better chance to get a screenshot. There you go. Do with this as you will. Use it in times of struggle. Thing. Okay. I keep thinking I can. Get some Come here. Fine, don't. Cute, charming game, but then just rough platforming. Anyway, this is on its own a pretty cute game. It's got a lot going for it. Controls aside, it's also got kind of an interesting legacy to it. Part of that is there was a sort of sequel to this. I think it came out in Japan, where they wanted to do, you know, a Landstalker-ish game with a woman for a protagonist. And so what did they call it, everybody? They called it Lady Stalker, which, you know, it makes sense on a certain level, but I believe it actually did not come out in the US because you can't call it that. Why they didn't just change the title, I don't know. Then there's, of course, Dark Savior, which we saw last week. Again, just like shockingly ambitious game. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Locked off for now. And then later on the Dreamcast, there's a game called Time Crisis, I want to say? No, Climax Landers, that's what it was. Climax Landers, which is an action roguelike with like the characters of all their games thrown together as playable options. And is therefore sort of a sequel to this, and like has one of the Shining Force characters, specifically the weird little hamster with the helmet. And then 4 other characters, I can't remember what their deals were. That was kind of a neat one. But here, yeah, just slightly awkward isometric Zelda. A lot of puzzle solving later on. And, you know, if you're not playing it on a keyboard because you're emulating it, it's fine. But, oof. It's one way, apparently. Those are some sounds. Yeah, like very 3D design to the world. It's not allowed to go into that water. Got it. It was called Time Stalkers and Clan Slinger in different countries, wasn't it? That's why I'm all screwed up there. starting to see the appeal here. It's, again, very, very much a Zelda clone, just in Ice Adventure 3D. Which on paper is a great idea. On practice, it's a little awkward in places. And a big part of it is just the fact that they didn't do the standard control scheme for this sort of thing. And have you just like tilt it 90 degrees or 45 degrees. That's the end of that path. For now. But this is, in fact, a very solid game. Just, you know, there's a bit of a learning curve to it. And down here. Yes. Gotta go around. There's that key. And shortcut. Yep. Can I have long cut? One thing that's probably worth mentioning is this, like, again, most games on the Genesis kind of just decided, okay, so the B button does what the B button would do if this was an NES game. And both A and C do what A would do. Precious few games that have, like, three main actions. What did that button do just now? Get something with that door there. Get me down and around somehow. Out of this room. Oops. Keep doing that. These stairs. Okay, yeah, that did in fact open this up. Okay, that was rough. Did you just use my items for me? Yes, you did. Okay. Nice of you. Okay, so that's, you know, decent exposure to this game. So just wander back out of here to town and blah blah blah, go to town and learn about plot and whatnot. You get the idea, I think. Okay. Anyway, that's a decent sized taste of that one. But next, but first, if I may, for a moment. This is something I was doing at the start of the stream. I will do it here instead. I am in a scary place financially right now. I kind of do the whole food stamp thing, and they have not been filled this month because of bureaucratic nonsense. So this would be a great time for anybody watching these streams of mine to maybe hit the little subscribe button down there, because YouTube is weird. Calls something that you don't have to pay any money for subscribing, and then forces you to, like, talk, I think, 100 people into doing it before they'll start giving you a cut of any ad money that comes in. And that's kind of my thing right now, so consider it. Moving on. Let's see. Well, might as well get to these at some point. This is as good time as any. Let's break them up a little bit. So as I think you know, based on the art in the background there, Phantasy Star is one of my favorite games. It was a really amazing before its time game on the Sega Master System. I have streamed it before if you wanted to get out of the archives at some point. So I was really, really excited that one of the launch titles for the Genesis was a sequel to it. And here it is. And here, like me, you figure, wow, the original Phantasy Star had such amazing graphics going on, like the well-rendered 3D dungeons and the full screen sprites with the amazing backgrounds in combat with the lovely animations. I can't wait to see how they improved on that. And well, here's Phantasy Star 2. For how good this little menu screen music was. Even less let us work with today. This is how the original game ended. Actually weird how upbeat this entire soundtrack is, all things considered. So for some reason, this game has a hard 4-letter limit for all names. Not just like characters that you can name, all names. So instead of having, you know, Palma, Motavia, and Desolus, it's Palm, Moda, Dizo. And instead of Algol, it's Algo. It's just a very weird thing. I wonder if it was like an intentional thing, because they realized they had like really harsh character limits for character names that they're just like, it's just the trend at this point in time. All the kids are shortening things up like that, like calling it Pokemon instead of Pocket Monsters. But yeah, if you are familiar with the original Phantasy Star, which is 1,000 years before this one, Palma was like, you know, nice green earthy planet, Motavia was the desert one, and Desolus was just the big frozen rock. Things have changed since then. But headbands are still in fashion. And chokers if you're a cat girl. So apparently a lot of people like misinterpreted those ears as horns, which was the source of a joke in Phantasy Star 4 and the source of some astoundingly weird cover art for the North American version of this game. So this game actually does use all 3 buttons, because there's a separate button for moving at the menu and talking to people. Also, that is a heck of an ambition, kid. This game does have one of like the best thieves in any game. I'm almost certainly not going to play along it for her to show up. I'll get back to that thought in a second. For now, I want to point out that like when you talk to somebody in the original Phantasy Star, it goes to this like first-person view. You need a nice like close-up of them in their rad tunics and such. Here, you really only get that for the shops. I'm actually equipped it for now. A knife in a carbon suit. Nothing in a carbon vest. Okay, and sandals. You're gonna need some weapons. So, people who are familiar with Metal Gear Solid 3 recall the weird obsession that game has with Calorie Mate. The Phantasy Star series shares that obsession and named its healing items accordingly. I think this is also true in the original Japanese release of the first game. Although in America we got burgers and cola, which is just kind of great. Also, like, I've seen full art once of the weapon shop lady, and like that is a look. I am here for it. Okay, so I believe I can get a couple of these for her. I hope I'm right about that. Otherwise, it's a lot of money. I love how the shopkeeper talks too. Okay. If that was what I think it was. Okay. She is good to go. What's going on? Sure. But yeah, so the Phantasy Star series always has a mix going of, like, you know, fantasy stuff and high-tech stuff. 2 in particular is very much more on the high-tech side of things. You don't, like, go to the priest and pray to get your dead characters back to life. You go to the clone warehouse and, you know, fire up a fresh one, which is really kind of grim. And this, again, it's slightly creepy when you talk about saving your game. Oh, probably could use my actual name here instead of, I am Sturm in this game. There we go. But yeah, so again, like, I guess not a like spell. It's just there's just teleporters in the towns to get around. Yeah, here's where you go. Somebody dies. The weird, very, like, Blue Kids from Akira looking person running the cloning factory who, for a pretty cheap price will bring back the dead, sort of. Don't think about it. And then, you can go to the hospital if you're hurt. Trying to be a bit more modern and realistic with these things. A little bit of pocket money left on me. I can probably get some slight armor upgrade of some kind. What was that I had? Carbon suit and shoes. Okay. Oh, I broke actually. Okay, never mind. Let's see that overworld. We're on, again, Motivia, the desert planet. Which is less of a desert here. It's been largely terraformed. Got these high-tech bridges over kind of dried up rivers. But, you know, for the most part, greenery. Here's what I found, like, very disappointing at the time is, like, you just kind of fight on this blue grid. And I do like a good blue grid, especially from, like 1989. But, yeah, I do miss the full backgrounds the original had. So here's an interesting innovation this game had. Instead of just, like, every round give away with their commands, we go into strategy here and just, you know, set people up with what you're going to be doing. In this case, just, you know, attack everything. And then you just hit the fight button. Hopefully that's not like a bad sort of hurt people. And when I say you just hit the fight button, I mean you hit it once, and then if you want to, like, change your plan, you hit it again to basically pause at the end of the round and change your strategy out. So from very early on, this series was thinking about, like, the tedium of combat in RPGs. Also worth noting, when I streamed the first game, I took some time to like bank up some cash before I started streaming it. I did not do that here because I, again, just like, this is a very spur of the moment stream. But the start of this is, in fact, a bit grindy. Which is fine, because it gives me a chance to like, talk about some other things. Like the fact that there was that kid in town talking about wanting to be a thief when he grows up. And like I said, there's a thief joining the party later on who is my favorite thief in any game. First of all, every other character in this game, when they're in your party, will ask you if you want to like rename them. They don't let you rename her because her name is a pun. Her name is Sheer Gold. And basically, like stat-wise, she's just awful. Just a real garbage character. Who's not really good at much of anything. But there is a chance, based on her level, that if I were to have her in my party, and I walked into, oh, say, the weapon shop, when I leave, a little dialogue pops up of her just saying, you know, I'm gonna take a walk for a while. And then she's just out of my party. Apparently permanently, until I go back to my personal house here. And so just walk in the door, it was like, hey, and then just join your party again like everything's normal. And it won't tell you, but if you then open up your inventory, something from the stuff that shop sells will just be in there. Yeah, once you have her in your party, you don't have to worry about money in this game, because you just, like, walk in and out of the most expensive weapon shop you can, and, you know, until your thief leaves, duck back home, and then just, oh, I just happen to have this giant laser sword. How'd that get there? Yeah, let's see, I seem to recall that, yeah, I don't get healed for free going to my house. I have to go to the hospital. Which is annoying. So again, like, the thief in your party just actually steals stuff. And what's really great is normally, if you want to save it, you go to that, you know, save point that I visited already. Right here. I guess I'll do. And it's a creepy way of putting it. Oh, I have to do this every time? I don't remember that being a thing. I was kind of can't be able to, like, rename your favorite on the fly, but still. Anyway, but yeah, so if you have Sheer Gold there in your party, and you have her up to, I think it was like level 12, you can go visit your workplace here. You know, some people to talk to in it. I can store items in here for if your inventory's getting full on you. Also get up and put in the platters. It's kind of neat. But you come in here with her, and if our level's high enough, she will steal the thing that records the save data. And then you just have it in your item and can save in your inventory and save from anywhere. And then you take Sheer out of your party because she does suck otherwise. But like, it's a really interesting concept. Yeah, here's the backstory of how they've been like terraforming the hell out of this planet. Just letting you all absorb this information here. Never name anything Weather Rain. It never works out. So yeah. TLDR version, it is 1,000 years after the past game. At some point in there, someone made a big, huge computer to control everything, which always works out, and it's terraformed this place. So now it's lush and green, mostly. So again, like, either that is a muddy as hell body of water, or that is very dry. Yeah, here's the green dam as mentioned. Could be the water's all like pumped into this like enclosed waterway. The itinerary is like very, very finicky in this too. So yeah, I'm definitely not gonna like play a significant portion of this on stream. But yeah, it's interesting how like the timeline advances between games. It's very much more on the sci-fi end of the fence. Rather than my second character being an actual house cat, it is now a cat girl. So you know, the times there are changing. We have this auto attack thing. Which way is that trying to go? Oh, it's just another town, okay. This place has seen better days. So the localization in really most of Sega stuff in this era is a little spotty. You can understand everything just fine, it's just all phrased kind of weird. But yeah, again, I was saying before, like, the music's all very, very, very upbeat, and the plot really isn't. Like, even here at the start when things haven't really started going down yet, like, it makes it seem a little grim. There's the blue dam down there. It's actually pretty small over when you get down to it. You don't use the poison me. Give me the opportunity. That's a good sound. Okay, now I might as well roll on a bit. Technically, I'm still trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. This game, as was the South Time, did come with like not just well, it was the South Time for RPGs to come with like, you know, a little fold-out poster with monster stats and maps on it. This game came with a full guidebook, both in Japan and in the US. And the reason for that is kind of funny. So, as a developer, Sega, at least at the time, had this system of like, for every role involved in the game, we're going to have somebody who is like experienced at this and somebody who's just picking this new skill up. Oh, I should change strategies there. really bad. Let me activate it. I'll be fine. I might die. We'll see. Okay. Hopefully I can limp back into town. I don't think I have any healing abilities or items on me. Or do I? Oh, I do. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, we don't have magic. We have techniques. Okay, that's a little weird for a second. So was I saying? To look for thought just now. The sudden almost death. Oh yeah, the map thing. So the system they were using at the time, you have like your like senior designer, your junior designer, your senior programmer, your junior programmer. So there was Rieko Kodama, of course, handling a lot for this game because she's kind of like Sega's Miyamoto, frankly, or was until a couple years ago. And also without the crediting for it. And then there was just someone, name escapes me, who was kind of like the new guy working on dungeon design. And very early on, he just like went home with a pad of graph paper, and he came into the office with the most bonkers maps possible. Let me find one, actually. I should pause that emulator. Apologies for any music hiccups while I'm doing this. Let me just real quick pull up a site here. And, oh, how about just the first dungeon in the game? Or a little bit later, like, what was it? Was it the Biosystems Lab that was kind of nuts? Yeah, this'll do. So here's a map from this game. A fairly early area. A fairly early area that has, 4 floors. Poison on the ground. Really mazy design. And like, this is one screen that I can my mouse basically, like right here. So this is a lot for the first dungeon or like second or third in an RPG. This is a lot for like the final dungeon in most RPGs, and they're all like this, just ridiculous. So we came into the office with this, and everybody was like, "We can't ship with this. This is absurd. Like, people will hate this." But on the other hand, like, oh, the new guy worked so hard on this. I don't want to be the one to like tell him, like, we can't use your incredibly too convoluted and ambitious dungeons in the game. So they decided as a compromise, you know what? We're gonna leave those in there, and we're just gonna ship with a guidebook. So nobody should ever be playing Phantasy Star 2 blind. So that's a fun little story. Okay, I thought I was making some bank, but I am not. This is still very expensive stuff. I also don't have to save point in this hand, do I? Which is why it's important to steal that thing. Well, I can teleport home for an amount. That's too much. I'll walk. That'd be like a flat piece running anywhere, though, so that's something. So, yeah. I'm not gonna play this, like, extensively on the stream, because, again, the dungeons are ridiculous, and I don't want to, like, be tabbing back and forth to a map. You really do need one, and aren't expected to have one. But I will get into the plot a bit. So early on, you're just gonna have your sketchy government job here. And you're being sent out to investigate things as the, computer that's run society for the last 1,000 years, give or take, is apparently screwing up. And, like, the reason monsters exist in this setting is because, the biolab that is supposed to just, I guess make, like, cows and chickens and things like that, is making this stuff. Just your giant cyclops snakes and whatnot, and that's not right. And then later on, like, the rivers are all drying up because the dam controls are not working properly, and the weather is all screwed up because the climate tower is messing up. And things are getting just progressively worse like that. And you kind of get the impression of, well, like, okay, there's probably something wrong with, like, the master control thing here. We should deal with that. And for one reason or another, you, like, start going to space to fix that. It's like in orbit or something like that. Long story short, because it's, it's a computer that controls everything called Mother Brain, and it wants to kill you, it just, like, redirects some satellite towards your ship to kill you, and winds up, like, missing, hitting the main planet that everybody starts off on, and destroys it completely. So, like, basically Earth is just gone, and from that point forward, you're being blamed for it, and the, like, second third of the game, every monster you fight is a killer robot, which exists because they are specifically looking for your party, and that's just kind of cool. I like that as a storytelling gimmick. And then you go to the ice planet, and the ice planet's like totally strip mined. It's just like 80% of the surface is a giant pit. And, the native aliens who live there are really, really ticked off about it. The natives who live here you don't even see because, like, they're used to living in a desert, and they're just, like, hiding in underground caves or something like that because it's too wet for them. So it's a whole thing. And then obviously at the end you kill the evil computer, and then there's a kind of a wild twist I'm not going to spoil because, this game is kind of worth playing. And then the next actual game in the series is set, another 1,000 years in the future, where all this high-tech stuff is kind of decayed, and it's back to just being mostly inhospitable wasteland of a planet. But, the natives come back, and that's nice. And 4 is, like, one of the greatest RPGs of all time. Everybody loves it, which is funny because it is just made of callbacks, some to this, mostly to the first game that, like, at the time nobody had played practically. Where is the weapon shop? But anyway, yeah, and also, famously, this here cat girl following me around, permanently dies in this game at one point, not too far in. You, like, find her evil clone and fight her, and then, like, they both die because their, like, lives are linked like that. And then you have the option to just, like, run home and go to the, clone store, and it's like, oh, sorry, we had a hard drive crash. She's just gone. It's like, oh. Which is just an extra dark way to handle that. And then on top of that, the ending is a real downer. And yet we have this music. So let's see, what else can I mention about this one, because I'm getting kind of to the point of, like, I'll take a break from this. You do eventually end up with a party of 8 characters. You can use 4 at a time. You have to, like, come all the way back to your little house here to switch them out. They just kind of join after each, like, plot mission. So you have like, here's the big fighter, here's, you know, the healer, here's the wonderful thief, here's the person who is like a doctor who specializes in, you know, like destroying horrible biological threats. Here's the mechanic who specializes in killing robots. The back third of the game has a mix of the two. Is that everyone? I think that might be everyone. Yeah, that covers it. So usually at any given point in the game, as a mechanic of the drink, there is a very much a correct party to be taken out, but you can mix and match as you want, which is kind of neat at the time. This was like 1989, like switching out party members was not really a thing yet for anybody else. Well, okay, I should correct that. For standard console games, that was not a thing yet. PC games, like Dungeon Crawlers especially, were very much like, you know, you make your characters and then you go to the inn and form your party. But, yeah. On this side of things, that was pretty rare at the time. So, yeah, that's Phantasy Star 2. And honestly speaking, I'm not a huge fan of this one. Because, again, like I said, it looks a lot worse than the original game did, despite being on the successor hardware, which is just kind of weird. It's very grim. It's very grindy. It's more grindy than the first one, honestly. Largely because you have like new characters coming in constantly, you have to be caught up. And it has, again, the horrible dungeons. But it is important to the series, being this like really interesting bridge, both like thematically and narratively, between the first and third games. So, that being said, pause for dramatic effect. A couple years after Phantasy Star came out, this game came out. This is Phantasy Star 3. And you would imagine, based on my little spiel there, that this is set, you know, another 1,000 years after Phantasy Star 2, which is kind of true. And we'll be picking up from where I left off there with, like, you know, here's what's happened to this set of planets another 1,000 years later after the central computer has been taken down. But no, the third Phantasy Star game is called Phantasy Star 4. This is Phantasy Star 3. And this game doesn't count. And, like, usually when somebody says that, they just mean, like, I hate this game, it made all the wrong decisions, I just personally disavow it from my headcanon of the series. That's not what I'm saying with this. I like this game fine. But this game doesn't count. The, like, main creative staff of the rest of the series was not really involved in this in any way. It was just kind of like, let's let the new kid, like, try directing an RPG, and we'll say it's in this series. And it kind of tries to tie in plot-wise. I'll probably ramble about why in a bit. But it really just doesn't fit, and doesn't, like, connect thematically or really do anything. It's off in its own corner, doing its own thing. And it has its own backstory for what happened 1,000 years before it was set, which is this, like, big, you know, fantasy battle between these two kingdoms. And, like, no, if you're setting this 1,000 years after Phantasy Star 2, that's not what was going on. What was going on was, you know, a bunch of government people dealing with, like, a bad robot. There were no clashing knights with swords at all. What the hell are you talking about? part of that intro, I think, just doubled over here. Sorry about that. I'm just kind of rambling. Like, these people aren't in any of the games. What are you talking about? So that's one strike against this game, is like, it's not really part of the Phantasy Star Trilogy. It's just this side thing that awkwardly took the name 3. It's also one of the easiest RPGs I've ever played. Like I said, the 2 is kind of grindy. This really isn't. This, you just kind of go. Like, everyone has healing spells, and like way more MP than you're ever going to spend. There are almost no boss fights. When they are there, they're like barely harder than like regular enemies you're fighting. And I may or may not get a chance to show it off, but it does have very nice portrait art. Okay, wait, so that's menu. Yeah, let's talk. Okay, it's just like 2. Very different art style too. Like, I mean, this looks a lot better than 2 did, honestly. The sprites on the map are kind of nothing, but like it's a different vibe. It's a really different vibe. Oh, what is going on here? You have this music. Ah, of course you're not. Okay, makes sense. Walk a little slow. You have very shiny hair. Yeah, the other like big flaw with this one is the subtitle of this is Generations of Doom, and there is a big gimmick attached to that. It is kind of Twilight, isn't it? Yeah, so the gimmick is oh, okay, now I can talk about it. Yeah. You don't die in this game. You lose the will to fight. And at first I figured that was just like one of those euphemisms, like, you know, saying people like swooned or fainted in other games. Here it's weirdly literal, where if somebody is at 0 HP, you can bring up the menu screen and have that person with 0 HP, like, cast the revive spell on themselves. It's not that they're dead, they just don't want to fight anymore. Otherwise they're still, you know, able to do stuff. Which contributes to being really easy. I guess I have no money, so there's no reason to be actually going into these places. I can just go advance the plot. Oh, I did want to show off this if I can. This is just like a weird thing mechanically. Oh, I need some money to do it. So with everybody's spell list, there's like 4 flavors of magic. I don't remember what the breakdown was. And you can pay some money to go into that building and like tweak the ratio of the 4 with the little grid system. So like if you want to have your like single target heal be better, you can dump everything in that, and it'll like cost a little more and heal more effectively, and like your other stuff will suffer for it, which is kind of an interesting idea. The implementation is kind of sketchy, but it's an interesting idea. But yeah, so that gimmick. At the start of the game here, Prince Rise here is getting married. Just gotta find my fiance here. Yeah, it's kind of. This is not a conversation. It's cool that you're gonna marry me. Somebody will figure out what my deal even is. So yeah, we have our little wedding here, and after our little wedding here, the game continues as the child of you and your wife here. And this happens twice over the course of the game. So it spans 3 generations. And, oh, never mind, we might have demons, so, you know, that's gonna... Or, sorry, dragon. This plot also has, like, no patience. Ow, ow. So a kind of famous thing in this game is at this point right here, I have no money. I do start with, you know, some gear though. And there's a weird little, I guess you'd call it an Easter egg, where I can't leave town. I have no money. But I could strip off all my starting gear here and go sell it, and then I would have money. And I could spend that money to get the warp back to town item. And then, right here, trapped in this jail cell, instead of doing what the plot actually says to do, I could just use that, and ha ha ha, I broke out of jail and back in town. And if you do that, you go talk to the king. Okay, this is awkward. Like, good for you for escaping, I guess, but the plot doesn't work now. So just restart. Which I thought was kind of a cute little thing to throw in there. But I mean, it's very, very easy to just, like, you know, not give you starting armor to sell and solve the problem that way that they were clearly aware of. But instead, yeah, here I am, tossed into a jail cell with some treasure chests with some stuff in it, and some money. What is this again? I don't remember. I think this is how you see your map. I gotta equip that knife. So just, you know, human here in the jail cell where we also, like, you know, leave our spare cutlery and cash and map. But, oh hey, who's this? So this is Lena, the other girl that Reese knows. Consequently, when you do rescue your fiance there at the end of his story, which is very, very brief, by the way. Like, this whole game is like less than 20 hours. And that's for all 3 generations of it. Yeah, you rescue her, and then you get a choice. It's like, okay, so do you want to get married to this woman with amnesia that, like, you had no clue what her deal was at all? And, you know, it turns out that, like, oh, she wasn't so much kidnapped just then, it's just that she's from the other country in the world, and they you know, found her and took her home, so that's a little awkward. Or do you want to marry this, you know, girl that, like, was nice and broke out of prison? And from there, sorry, I'm gonna start my cat a little bit. The plot branches pretty significantly the first time, because either, you know, you marry the local girl here and stay in your hometown and raise your kids there, who inherit her brown hair, or your son. You just have the one. Or, you know, you, like, do the diplomacy thing and, like, okay, yeah, I know we're from, like, ancestrally feuding countries, but, like, I said I was gonna marry her, I'm gonna marry her. And you move to Lane Town and have your light blue-haired kid becomes the protagonist. And then the plot of the second generation is that war, like, reignites. So either you're in this, wizard land dealing with it, or you're in relatively high tech land dealing with it. And it's pretty dynamic difference. Unfortunately, then you get to the third generation, where again you have a choice of 2 people to marry. And that time around, you just kind of do whatever stuff you didn't do in the second generation from the other side. And you end up with basically the same party at the end, no matter what. And the plot kind of goes the same way. So they kind of squandered their branching plot gimmick. The only real difference ends up being what order you do, like, the back half of the dungeons in. And your specific party composition is... Like, it's you're always playing as, Reese's grandson and your 2 robot friends you pick up pretty early on in this. And this girl named, I forgot, who is, like, this one particular guy's daughter. And then this third slot is this, like, ancient queen Leia there that's mentioned in the backstory, who is, like, frozen and wakes back up. Unless you go to the branch of the story where you wake her up early and she's one of the options to marry, and then that person, the couple, just has 2 kids. Okay, let's buy an actual weapon. This knife is garbage. But yeah, it was very disappointing to me because, like, the whole selling point of the game is this, like, branching narrative. Then they just really half-assed it. But anyway, I got a kidnapped fiance and I got a sword, and I'm gonna go out and, I don't know, stab some nerds. And I do want to point out one thing I did about this game that I really like, and it's not the fact that the forests are just recolored mountains. But you hear the music here, right? There's a big wall at the edge of the world, which is kind of weird. And if I use that monitor there, it is in fact a circular thing. And there's other parts of the world that are also in circular things. And you think this being a Phantasy Star game that there'd be like, you get a spaceship and you get to them that way, but no. No, you walk through a cave. Oh, this music. Yeah, this is the thing. So like, Phantasy Star 2, we do have this, just like, program your people and then just go. We have more of a background, got like clouds. The music changes based on how the fight's going. And I think I'm just wandering around Amos, aren't I? Unless, there's some destinations down here. Yeah, kinda. It's been nice for like early importers having this very visual combat menu. But yeah. So the world is a little suspicious like that with these circular areas linked by caves, and I guess since I'm definitely not going to be playing long enough for it to come up, I might as well spoil the big twist of a game from 1992. That's kind of also spoiled by the cover art for the game. The tenuous connection this has is, I mentioned in Phantasy Star 2, at one point the planet that everybody was initially living on gets destroyed because a computer took a swing at you and missed. And the secret plot of this game is like, oh, okay, that happened, but there were like a bunch of like colony ships that evacuated that are just these like 7 biodomes connected by tunnels, and Surprise, that's the setting here, is one of those. Which is a little off because, like, it was kind of a sudden accident. I don't know why they were have that planned ready to go. And yeah. Yeah, they're called chirpers here in Rackies and online. Cyber, good luck. It's a hell of an only thing to say you have there. We're using Cyborg in the Terminator sense, incidentally. But yeah, so it's a bit of a weird conceit. That they kind of try to like keep a secret for a while, but like it's, you know, I walked to another planet through a tunnel, like something's up. What was I saying? I don't like the music in this one as much as most games, really. It's kind of awful. But an exception to that is the overworld theme is kind of nice, and it does something cool, where as more people join your party, more instruments get added into it. So being poisoned seems bad. I seem to recall in this game, all it does is you can't be healed until you get unpoisoned. Fine. Probably shouldn't wander this far away down though. Yeah, I'd like to play this at least long enough to get one more party member so you can hear the music like get more elaborate. And you eventually have a party of 5 characters, so there's like all these little like extra flourishes and you know. To the side. Now, like on the one hand, you know, we do have a full background here. We got like monster animations, but they're kind of lousy. Just gonna hop up and chitter at you. Okay, probably limp back now. Unless I have... no, I got nothing. Okay, yeah. Might die, we'll see. Oh. Oh. Okay, time to run. Good little load for it. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's all good. What? Continue to hit a church before the inn. Get that poison cured. Yeah, it's a, all the music is such a lot. It's very, very obtrusive themes. That's just for Will to Live. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go to the inn that'll cure poison. Just gotta find it. Is it the barrel? No. Should buy some of that stuff though at some point. As I currently have no healer of any kind. Okay, so by process of elimination. Also, only 2 save slots, which is annoying. Because there's like, you know... Oh, no, I do have to fix that poison first. Oh, okay. Way to basically rob me. How dare you? It's rare for it to work like that. like an antidote, please. Now let's try that in again. I see the scam you're running here. I mean, it's dirt cheap, so it's fine. But you can use those 2 save slots to, like, keep a save right before the first marriage choice. Keep a save right before the second marriage choice. Go without saving, which isn't that hard to do because it's a very easy game and very short game. And then just, like, see that whole branch out. Go back to your second save slot, see the whole branch out, go back to your first save slot, and then see the other 2. But, like, there's not a lot of reason to. It doesn't actually differ that much in the endings. The real difference is, like, well, their hair color in the last generation, your name changed based on, you know, who your parents are. Specifically who your mother is, really. And your spell selection changes. And then your 5th party slot character always has the same name and parents. It's just that, like, she either grows up to be a nice little healer girl or kind of a punk girl, depending on the thing. And she, accordingly, also has different spell selections. But that's about it. Could I perhaps get some stuff like this? I'm being pecked at by chickens, and it hurts a little. Wander around and find myself a cyborg for luck. And to point out the music thing. It was neat. That initial battle music was awful. It always starts over after a fight, which is kind of annoying. Our 3rd town in, like, as many screens. I just like you move a little slow in towns, we're a bit too zoomed in. This is a very, like, RPG Maker town, you know? We're gonna, like, size all the houses realistically and just have, like, big, barren, empty fields. Oh, right. That's our plot logic at the moment, is we gotta take a boat to get across the ocean to, like, pursue our fiancé there. But the suspicious old ship captain wants a robot on board, or else he doesn't feel right. So, gotta find a robot. Which, you know, I guess can't fault logic. I've seen Star Trek. Data solves so many problems. And also, frankly, I've seen the robot you get, and yeah, like, a good party member to have. Ooh, spooky. Also, an actual important hint. At the lake by the northeastern forest, you say. It actually has been long since I played this. I appreciate that hint. Okay, so that lake up there, then. Could have set the message to be higher. They usually do that. I forgot they didn't like automatically get faster if you're in combat like that. So you need to like find a way around these trees. There's the way to go. Double check, I suppose. So there's not a lot of resolution on that map that you start with. Yeah, okay, look our way. So here is this spooky one by the lake, doesn't blink. Who I clearly have to confront as being maybe the witch who like summoned the dragon to kidnap my fiance. That's definitely what's going on here. Threadbare plot. We now have more some like chords going with the theme, and it just gets like slowly more and more complicated as you get more party members up to the full 5, which is neat. And I wish more games do that sort of thing. It's kind of cool. Make sure that you're properly programmed to hit things. Well, this isn't set around the same time as Phantasy Star 2. Like, the fashion trends, you know, in the real world for science fiction are the same. So we're gonna put our anything female in a like unitard with like big long white gloves and go-go boots, and have, you know, the girls party at the start to have like claws in each hand to fight with, because it worked in 2. And I guess it worked in 1. However, there's something fully unacceptable about this. You just got the 1 claw. How much would it cost me to get a second one of those? Too much. But tell you what, if I throw you this knife here, can you make that work? Can't. I love the efficiency. Well, I go with my sword, so oh, okay, I just need to like kill like 3 birds and we'll be good to go. Everybody has such shiny hair. Okay. And a little bit more to save after. Just in case. And also because I have to do an important thing. Oh, good sir. Please put some claws in the hand of my robot friend. them double attacks. Much better. Oh, I see. You're jacking the prices up on me, huh? Okay, now having saved it, let me do a real quick reset here. And just do this real quick. Now the game will be tolerable. Alright, after I actually talk to the guy who owns the boat. I think I also pick up like the third character like basically immediately. And then check more of the music thing. Yep, okay. Yeah, so according to legend, the final boss from Phantasy Star 2 is trapped in this temple by a sword from a guy 1,000 years ago, but like you're on a ship that left the planet that Phantasy Star 2 wasn't even set on 1,000 years ago. Halfway through that game, before that boss even showed up, and this doesn't add up. And then, like, the best equipment in this game is all the Nei equipment, which is named after the cat girl that none of these people met. So that's a little confusing, too. And like I said, this game just doesn't count, and, you know, that's fine. That's what all the Phantasy Star games do. Or the Final Fantasy games, rather. I would not play Phantasy Star 2 without a guide open to navigate the caves. The ones in 3 are fine. Right, wrong button. Well, that's the damper on things. I didn't probably buy any antidotes. Unless... Okay, it's fine. I really need to kill somebody. I can just have my robot friend hear the voice first. So this is part of why I want to keep playing this a little bit longer too, is like, monster design in this game is kind of weird. Like, what the hell am I fighting right here? Some kind of, like, deer thing that's spiky? There's, like, no impact to the attacks at all. Well, like, no, I have a two-handed sword, so screw that shield. curious what our max HP situation is right now. Okay. I am really that hurt. Yeah, I got an antidote. Perfect. Okay, celebrate that level up by there we go. So I should have just like hugged the left wall through this whole cave. Part number. Or do I? I bet she's another party member. Yeah, I just had to apply him. I could have sworn there was a robot here for me to befriend. I guess users will lose it, not like playing this long term. Don't cost that much. As long as I don't get poisoned again, in case I have to spend a whole, like, you know, 20 bucks in town. It's very funny. Actually anything new in here. I could just warp out. I do want to get the third character though, because like, again, story time. But again, I also want to point out this is like a very early 90s RPG. I have spent 0 time grinding. I don't have anywhere near like the best equipment I can, and it does not matter because like things don't really hurt at all, and there's no real bosses. I think there's literally one boss at the end of every generation. So 3 total in the whole game. Might be more like 5, but it's kind of nothing. Anyway, we got what we came for here. Oh no. So another funny thing is, like, there's a little anecdote about the, you know, source of all evil being sealed in that temple there, and, like, you end up opening it up at some point to do something simple, like get to where your fiance has been, like, abducted to. And, like, if you didn't do that, then the whole plot wouldn't happen. And it's especially ironic if you then, like, don't marry her in the end anyway. Just let her, like, go back to her family. So the plot is entirely the main character's fault in this, basically is what I'm saying. I guess I'm going to hit the inn real quick, and then see if I can remember where I'm going to go next to the sapphire. And I'm sure I can figure it out quickly, too, because, like, if I go back outside here... I use my little, monitor, like... So we've seen, you know, a quarter of the map of this first world here, and there's like 2 towns each of the other 2. I'm like about a third of the way through the first generation's plotline at this point. There is not a lot going on. Yeah, they should actually check. Is there somewhere else I can go? Oh yeah, I think there's like another town way to the east. And then I get my third character to use the sapphire to go that tunnel to go to the next little biodome. It's worth seeing, I suppose. I wouldn't, like, hate to see some of the other weirder monsters. I swear at one point you fight like a cyborg cornflake. Couple, like, trans flag colored, like, naked guys just kind of pointing at the sky. It's a weird selection. Oh, oh. Okay, so we've seen the racist temple. Most accurate map either. Yeah, okay, that's what Sapphire's for. So this is the other thing, the tunnel between worlds is kind of, you know, suspiciously inside of a spaceship looking. So the big reveal, you know, you kind of figured it out well before it's actually out there. It really is basically just a tunnel, too. Like, some slight amazingness to it, but... This game does have kind of a high encounter rate, but to be fair, this game is also kind of threadbare, and, like, you gotta do something to pad it out a little. Like... But again, like, I say all this, but I don't hate this game. It is kind of fun. It's got really nice character art. I'll give it that. it did not live up to its ambitions, but it had them. The whole like intergenerational thing was a cool idea in like 1992. Heck, it's still a cool idea now. Like other things have done it, but like not many. It's like Romancing Saga. Okay, there's a nice weird monster for you. You know what? Why don't you actually heal yourself a little bit? No poison perhaps. Heal, please. And here we are on another world, I guess, kind of technically. If we pull out our map. Again, there's another 4 too, like down along here that show up in the other characters' stuff. Give me another robot, please. Like, all the tabs are basically the same layout too, which is just really kind of disappointing because it's not a good layout to begin with. Like it's very just drab and padded. Oops. So the D-pad will advance dialogue there. And again, like the plot just doesn't add up. Probably buy new gear at some point. I'm gonna keep playing this. But big if. I really just want that second robot. Catch him on me anyway. Enough to probably get some better gear. Okay. So like all the way up here. Let's get some hunting armor. No. You? No. Well, screw that then. Now, being the Dark Ages. Give me $7 for my clothes, please. Give me 40 for hers. Just price check some weapons, I guess. Okay, so I can get like the short sword I already have. And I can get hunting claws, which are a slight upgrade for her. So I grind out a little bit, but like, eh. Things are still dropping just fine. Oh, I can waste some money to show this off, I guess. It is like a novel mechanic, like I said. So yeah, her healing spells here. I could like adjust that slightly so that her, you know, like low MP small heal is a bit better, and revive spell is a bit better. At the cost of, I think, antidote costing more? Something like that? It's a weird system that don't even bother properly explain. And it's like by spell type too, so it's not even like I can specialize in healing spells. It's like I can specialize my healing spells towards this particular healing spell, which is weird. And they're on that grid too, so like, you know, you can put everything into one spell, or you can like pick two that happen to be adjacent to boost. If you want, you know, antidote and small heal, screw you. Speaking of which, these are actually a pretty sound investment. Yeah, maybe just because of control. So somewhere on this giant map, this is an NPC who will give me an actual useful hint. Pretty sure. So hopefully, where to get that third party member. Yeah, okay. Here's a house with nothing in it. Like, all these have a second floor. I can't think if there's ever a point in the entire game where there's a reason to go to the second floor of anybody's house. It's a game that feels very unfinished in a lot of ways like that. Okay, so there's just kind of nothing here, huh? Okay. Well, that's fair. I'll just have to explore the whole world, which, to be fair, is like mostly done at this point. Oh, I didn't save it, did I? I'm trying to go save it. These ice chickens are oh. Well, that happened. I forgot that I hadn't hit the end. Okay, so that's enough of Star 3, honestly. But yeah, the third character is also a robot, and like the one lasting legacy is there is a robot in 4 that is like the same model, so it's not actually the same character, but they look exactly the same, and that's like their one little hat tip to this odd little experiment. That said, let's have a quick little look at the actual third Phantasy Star game. This excellent opening theme. Oh, no. It's a little bit more. I guess they didn't have to describe the plot of Phantasy Star 2 because it's kind of done here. But again, this does like omit the detail of this just because that computer was really mad at your party in particular that day. So this game also like very much features that like farting robot Genesis sound, but this makes it work. So there's our backstory, which is again mostly just like a summary of what happened in 2 and since 2. Also, just gonna point out real quick. You remember where that came from? So, a problem that earlier games in this series have, this game does not, is the walking speed is just kind of through the roof. Which I appreciate. That's just a really cool little vista there. A lot of like indie RPGs have just like stolen this scene right here directly as a full tribute. So, one thing I have to point out about Phantasy Star 4 is, well, okay, normally it's called chat, but I'm weird right now. This right here is like the most innovative menu option in RPG I've ever seen. Just have your party members talk to each other about what you were doing last time you checked. Okay, this flips the buttons from the previous couple games. To where they should be, honestly, but... Look at that! Look at that luxurious walking speed after that last game. Just flying across the room. So yeah, we have our two characters at the start of Phantasy Star 4. And oh yeah, this is like the big thing this game had going on. When it first entered into development, the plan was to release this on the Sega CD and have like full-on anime cutscenes constantly, as was the style at the time. But this was late enough into the life of the hardware that they realized that nobody's buying that thing. So what they did instead was they just made the, to that point in time, largest cartridge anyone had ever made, file size-wise, and filled it with these, like, manga panel things here. 4 major plot points. And I find it a really distinct and cool look, honestly. And the game cost $100 in what, 1997 money? 6? Back when everything still cost 50. And also before a lot of inflation happened, so you know. Kind of a pricey thing. Again, like, it's just a really cool stylistic choice. It's also worth noting that I think there's been more, like, expository dialogue already than is in the entirety of Phantasy Star 3. And the, you know, awkward localization that was seen in a lot of these games doesn't seem to be an issue here. Like, this is... a nice, charming game. Lots of things to look at. Lots of things, if you're so inclined. I really, again, loved the, just, like, progression of time across the series. Where we got really, really high-tech, and then, like, you know, civilization got largely destroyed, because, again, 2 is kind of a downer. These are the sample size, right? Okay. And also, this game is made of back references to the first game. That's the guy who built your spaceship for you. Kind of a cute way to get your major expedition out of the way. Yeah, ignoring the aberration that is 3, because again, it doesn't count, it's kind of interesting looking at this series, where, like, the first game was this, super ambitious, effort to just get, like, a real dedicated game on a frankly failing console, which, but not to quite the same degree as Genesis, but like it did better in the West than in Japan, the Master System. And it did amazing in Brazil, of course. But yeah, they were really struggling to keep that afloat when they made the first Phantasy Star. So it was kind of like one of the best games ever made, but really, you know, just left out to die on hardware nobody cared about. Phantasy Star 2 was a launch title for the Genesis. It came out in 1989. But the thing is, it came out before Sonic the Hedgehog, so it had both the earliest game of the generation issues and also the nobody had this yet. And then this came out like at the tail end of the life of the Genesis, where, you know, it was very, very expensive because people were moving on to CDs, and they just opted not to do that with this one. And like, the next hardware generation was about like, just around the corner, like within a year, I think. And then, you know, the same creative team later went on to make Skies of Arcadia that came out like right as the Dreamcast was dying, and it's just like some of the best RPGs there are. Just, you know, the tragedy of the timing of all of it. Anyway, we're just extorting this nerd so we can join our party. And now, of course, I have the proper talk command. This gets updated like constantly, anytime there's any sort of change in like plot progression. And it's a great way to both just like remind yourself what's happening if you haven't played in a while. Such a good soundtrack too. But yeah, it's a good reminder of what you're doing, and also it's just a nice way to, like, you know, add more characterization. So this game finally, I think, is back up to like the level of visual polish that the first game had on older hardware, and we are once again playing around with like not wanting to give the attack command to 5 different people. So what we have here is these macro slots where you can program each one to whatever you want. And then, you know, people just do these things. So, I'll just hit macro A. Or if I want to just, like, you know, individually give orders, I can do that too. There's a slight advantage to doing that, oddly enough. Because part of what the macros save is the order that people do their stuff in. And you will notice, I think it's the agility stat, 15 for her, 7 for him, 4 for him. By default, that's where they attack in. So what happens if I pick macro A is that Alice, who would normally go very much first, delays her turn until after Chaz. And there's like some randomness too, so this isn't like a perfect system, but like that can be a problem in some cases. But there's also like combination skills, kind of like Chrono Trigger had, where if two people use, like, you know, I use this move, you use this move, you use this move, and those happen back to back, they'll do a cool little combination thing. And you kind of do want to, like, intentionally delay that to the end of the round to make sure that, like, a monster doesn't go between and interrupt it. Or, you know, if you don't, like, care about the nitty-gritty that much, just hit macro A all the time and just auto-fight. It'll be fine. This is the other reason why I have Alice in front, though. Boomerangs in this series hit in a line. Such a good soundtrack. series is like always tried to keep combat snappy, which like I mean even the first game really by just not having you pick your target speeds things up quite a bit like that. It's a game that is not interested in wasting your time at all. And consequently, like this is also, in the grand scheme of things, one of the shorter RPGs out there. I think like 20 to 30 hour range, which is kind of where I want them personally. Things just gotta move at a really brisk pace. And like a lot happens, but it happens very quickly. Much like this walking speed. Another kind of interesting thing this game has going on is that of our characters here, Han is clearly just kind of like the temporary last party slot character. So you can't like re-recruit him later on in the game. Chaz is very much the here's the doe-eyed kid who just joined up, and Alice is the more experienced veteran. But also, they never really say it outright, but they hint at it increasingly often over the rest of the game. Alice is just the main character from the first Phantasy Star, just, having, like, done the cryogenic thing or something to survive for 2,000 years and just be this kind of bitter badass, which is neat. Changed the spelling of her name slightly. One thing's a little bit annoying is that this game, if you are on the corner of something and you hit towards it, you will just kind of smoothly circle around it, which can be kind of annoying if you like model bucket something right next to you. So I did heal everybody up. Heal everybody up. Yes, yes. Okay. Here, I'm gonna actually use some abilities. Weird combo system. We have regular attack. We have techniques, which are the standard spells from early in the game. And then we have skills, which are this alternate, like, spell slot-based ability selection. These are very standard for both the character and the series. These are very individualized. And they're, like, separate pools of resources, too. Also, I missed the original game calling the spells like heal, help, fire, wind, buy, chat, instead of this nonsense. This, I believe, is a buff, though. Let's see what this does. Ah. That makes sense, I guess. And that's just a fire spell. That is, I think, a defense buff. That's offense. And just a big, hard-hitting attack. That is the restore spell. That is whatever that did. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, I have to set those out of combat. Never mind. We got curse memory going on though, so I can just master it regardless. It is nice to be able to use the other macro slots for stuff like just regular text for a second. Oh, never mind. But yeah, you have like your like start of the battle buff phase that you want to have, where I'm going to cast this defense thing. I'm going to have And yes, you do. Get these defense spells out. Gonna get the big strength buff on the main attacker. All that. You can just have like your setup macro, and then I'm gonna cast all my biggest spells macro, and then like I want to make this combo attack thing come out definitely. So let me just like front load somebody with low agility, and then set all that up so it definitely will come out. It's a neat little system. And another one where I'm surprised it never like really caught on. Even the Sim 2 has of just like program your actions and then execute is kind of nice compared to like a lot of games with big parties. I guess it's not quite like D&D spell slots because it's like per skill, and they go up each level instead of like your level 1 skills and whatnot. But yeah, it's basically the same idea. It's also kind of nice because like like your basic MP stuff you're gonna be using all the time. Like get my healing spell up in here, and then your fancy special skills, like those have their own dedicated resource to them. So it's like I will have my special buff skill here when we get to the boss because I'm not going to use that specifically on something else, and let you be a little bit freer with your MP spending, or TP really. A point is made later on. It might actually get to that point because it's like this is a really good game. I actually might play it for a while. But yeah, the one character you meet who has actual magic, it's as a skill, and people really freak out because apparently, like the res technique is just like knowing first aid, or something along those lines. And it's therefore a really important distinction. Anyway, mission complete. Very, very simple starter dungeon. Pay us, please. And again, I love little panels. It's such a good way to tell a story. I also appreciate that like Alice has that very like Lena from Slayers kind of vibe going on. Those are some excellent shoulder pads. And I also love the solution to like, front loading a bunch of money of just, we're just extorting the hell out of this one guy at every step along the way. To make sure we can like, properly bankroll just getting good starter gear. I still love how fast this movement is. He has roller skates on practically. Also, when I say that the like chat command gets upgraded and updated constantly, I mean constantly. You can hit this like every 5 minutes and get something new. Well, it's like a dungeon, I guess, but you know. And I do like that, like, Chad has a comment about, like, everything. I don't recall there being much in the way of, like, you know, finding hidden objects in people's shells, but, like, constant commentary. Most of it unique. Except for the cabinet thing. The cabinet thing's always the cabinet thing. I think it's like a good group energy. You have basically like Lena from Slayers hanging out with Phoenix Wright, essentially. Sorry. I think they finally found like a good mix for these map screen sprites. It looked a little rough in the other Genesis games in terms of being like nice small characters that, you know, you can scale things to appropriately, but like a good level of detail on them. And also, people like walk at different paces, which is kind of neat. And I don't think anybody is exactly the same height as anybody else either, which is kind of nice. Just how little space you have to work with. Okay, well, I guess those two are... No, he's like got 1 pixel on them. Yeah, like, very, very charming game. Oh, all of them. Okay. I believe this went back to... Okay. I thought for a second that this did the thing the first game did of letting you save anywhere, but no. Something else. There's a shop of some kind. Yeah, I'm good. Guess I hit the end. Did fight a boss, did use some spells up. And it's cheap. Anything in here? Not really. Okay, so back out on the trail. I forgot where to go. Just hit the talk command. Alright, this way. Revolutionary. And yeah, the backgrounds are really nice. They didn't go time after they went like full screen painting for him. Which is again why this game cost $100 when it first came out. Aw. All these Velma looking people. And there's like constant commentary the whole way through the game too about like just the natural state of the ecology reasserting itself, which is kind of neat. Here we go. Now remember, this modernized things a little bit. A little bit. Strong button. We are still in the state of having to put things manually. We have nice little, here's going to be your stats thing. Oh yeah, those are one-handed, so... up, and I guess you can hold one of these old hunting knives for now. No armor for the temporary character. Oh, did I already have that? Seriously. Whoops. So am I back at least? We do have limited inventory space, so, you know, ditch old junk. Haven't gotten to that town we're talking about. Okay, didn't quite up it yet. Never mind. I do like the custom animation for having Boomerang ETN there. And again, references to the first game. And some people say, oh no, it's not Sinker. Just like, they make it very, very obvious that it is. And of course, update once again. Everything's just so snappy. Well, pretty sure I'm close to their town. Trying to look through the wrong turn. Fortunately, oop, I'm back up there. Han is, of course, dying. One of the funniest names for it I've seen. Is it kind of stiff? So something that's a through line for the whole trilogy is there is a character in the original Phantasy Star whose name in Japan is Lutz and was changed to Noah in the original localization, which is confusing because then later they changed it back and there's a dungeon called Noah. But it looks kind of like this. And then in 2, you run into him and it's like, oh yeah, I preserved myself with this cryogenic thing to be around for advice in case anything bad goes down in the future. Again, not quite the same character here, but there's this whole like memory transfer thing, so basically the same character here, as eventually revealed. But the other thing that's interesting is in the original plan for the first Phantasy Star, when it was like in development, Lutz was going to be gender fluid, and there'd be this whole like time skip thing partway through the game, and like based on how you treated them would be like how they present later in life, which is really freaking progressive for like 1986. And they did change those plans and did do the time skip thing, but like then they did make a active point of not using any gender pronouns for them in the final game, or alternating them in the localization of it. That's just fun. And yeah, they aren't like stingy with the manga panels here. Like they vary them up quite a lot. He's of course very tall with like very big strides. And just a straight up wizard. Who has again, if we mentioned the localization more, consistent, but yeah, his skills are just the spells that said character had in the original game. And not a lot else here. So what are we doing, people? Fairly linear world though, so if I keep wandering in a direction I should get where I'm going. Hopefully it might get some town or other. Get this whip standing again. Some plot advancing. Yeah. I guess there's more open than I remembered. This feels like progression. Okay, let me get my casting real quick. Meh. See, being very insistent. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, meow. Let's go. Lead the way. Getting back into it here. Don't super love where my HP is right now. Is it okay? No. Okay, I'll touch it up. But I am cutting a little bit close to the healing here. Act. Oh, I forgot to look at items. That's handy. definitely should have had a chance to buy some better armor before I came in here, because these are hitting hard. Yeah. But again, I am sloppily going through a bunch of games, so if I die, I die. It's fine. I'll also use my good spellcaster here, who is fullest. Okay, it's fine. So first of all, desperately need an inn. Actually, we'd like to do the church thing, because it's not a thing anymore. I think it's not a thing anymore. Yeah. I'll experiment. Okay, people are no longer dying. So this town is fun for a couple reasons. First of all, the soundtrack's great. Second of all, we got the native Otavians here. Just the little cool blue beak teddy bear people who rather famously in the original Phantasy Star, you just show up as like random, enemies, and you can attack them if you're some kind of monster, or you can just like say hey and just use the talk command that exists in that game and get little hints from them, important hints even sometimes, and skip the fight. Meh. And like I said, they were just flat out not present in the second game, possibly for reasons of like the local vibe being really, really bad for their health and needing to hide somewhere. And here you got a whole town full of them, because they're making a comeback. And they're great. Absolutely great. Little Ewok guys. Oh, did you make the cake shop joke? Yes, you did. For those who don't know this, the original Phantasy Star at one point has a point where we just have one of those, like excuse for a dungeon plot points of you want to talk to the governor of the entire planet of Batavia, because it is a big colony, and you aren't allowed to talk to him unless you like bring him a fancy gift. And it's like, well, he likes cake, so okay, well, where can you get cake? That's a good portrait. Okay, there's some better armor, finally. Gonna fix that real quick. Hey Chaz, what's the worst thing is you don't die so often. That's a significant bonus. I'll be back soon. Overshot it. Look how fast you go. Wrong button. Because it was like flipping the last couple games. You know what? Best defense is good offense. Let's give you a couple nice, proper kitten slashers. It's such good portraits. I would never. As was the Sal at the time. Quit reading ahead, Rune. We have new party member. Let's have a little chat with him. Yeah, just like constant up-to-date updates on exactly what you're doing. And he's got a big ol' axe. And has skills named Bros and Crash. Which, you know, you get some idea what his deal is. But the important thing is, what's your agility? There's a little custom animation for that. Meow. We're not actually switching to recreate, that's good. Oh. Oh, right, the armor I didn't buy. Well. This might actually be a decent time to stop. I'm not going to play the whole game right here. I also may have forgotten to use the inn. No, I didn't. No, I saved it, but still. Yeah, we wander back out of here. Properly save it, because I don't know. I might cross play tonight and come back to this one. Wow. See, it's not quite like modern Final Fantasy levels of just step on the gas, don't worry about shopping, but it's close to it. We've now seen most of the characters in the game. They get introduced pretty quick in rapid sparse succession. There's also 2 robots, a couple of other spellcasters. I think that's it. People kind of get cycled in and out here and there. And very much like Skies of Arcadia, you kind of have like most of your full party at the end, and then one like wild card slot where you can just kind of pick which of your friends you want to bring back in. That's neat. But yeah, just really, really solid RPG. Big fan. And I did save it, yes. Oh right, no, it is. Okay, yeah, you just hit start. That's right. You can save anywhere. Okay. I got a little rusty. So yeah, Phantasy Star 4. It's fantastic, but it is a game that is really improved if you played the first 2. Because again, like everything is a reference. In fact, the entire like final dungeon from the first game, or not the final, the fake final dungeon shows up in this one. Which is kind of neat because it was on a planet that exploded, but it's like this floating castle on a big little rock, so that's just like in the asteroid field now. Anyway, yeah, Phantasy Star games, wonderful series. Cool little Shoji games, and then this mutant that stuck off the side, and then later they made totally unrelated games based on them that are mostly MMOs, which is odd. But it's a thing. So let's see, where to go from here? I suppose I have to show off like the original survival horror game, don't I? Do. Not a joke, by the way. If you don't think this is a horror game, you haven't played this game. So this is Echo the Dolphin, and like I said, like Nova Tree comes up a lot on Genesis. They did a lot of games. Just gonna jump into it. So I've never played a turbo controller. That should be interesting. Okay, remember the controls now, roughly. So you can hold that down to use a little sonar for a map, or you can talk to other dolphins and such. Challenge I'll be accepting shortly. But even from the very start here, like there's a like spooky vibe to this game. Just the soundtrack, how close up the camera is. of important tips to start here too if you actually talk to all your dolphin friends. It's a little tricky because, I mean, they look pretty similar and they're kind of partying down. And this one in particular is just, you know, encouraging you to jump. Well, because it's an important skill to master, and because, you know, it's what triggers the plot happening. I guess they do large repeat, too. How big is this area, anyway? That big, okay. So, in fact, blocked off by those rocks. So, okay, yeah, let's see how high you can jump. Oh. Well. Less than ideal. So you'll see up in the corner there, I've got 2 meters. One of those is my HP. One of those is my air meter. You get more HP by eating fish. You get more air by, you know, leaving the water. Also sometimes required for making progress. The controls are pretty simple, aside from just, you know, moving being what you'd expect. You got your little sonar/talk button. You got your little dash button, and you got your tap to go really fast button. It's a fairly kind little cave with lots of chances for getting extra air. Schools of fish to eat. B-dash is also your, you know, form of attack. So you are frequently encouraged to do that a lot. But also, you know, stuff is dangerous. So yeah, a lot of this feels just like, oh, it's kind of a hippie dolphin game at first, but like, if it was some kind of hippie dolphin thing, what would have happened there is like, oh, there was like a fishing vessel, but like, no, like, horrible space monsters happened is what it is. That's just rude. Cave. suppose when in doubt, go to the right is the more favorable option. Just get air once in a while, though. Oh, I already did that. So your map is very, like, the direction you're facing. Which is worth keeping in mind when you're actually lost. So I think I did everything correct except the order is wrong. Turn to that little cave down there and poke that crystal. Yeah. Oh, I just have to touch it, not seeing it. Okay. My mistake. You can move at like really alarming speeds, honestly, if you mash C. This is, of course, a very password-based game. Now we're in an actual like cave network. Which has shifting currents. I just deal with that. More air. It's a question of like, well, play faster then. Smash these rocks up this if I'm careful with it. Now I am drowning. Oh, there's water right there. Or air right there, I should say. You die in Echo a lot. It's one of those games. It's also one of those games that has not the greatest save detection. was annoying when there was also, you know, item manipulation puzzles. Just trying to be all clever and speedrun this, but it's taking much longer. There we go. Start taking damage very quickly from lack of air. There we go. Oh, okay. That was actually much closer. So good to know. Jerkfish. Bit of trial and error. So I want to try to find an angle to not get hurt doing that. Snack on fish, it's fine. Oh, they are like a finite resource. I guess I don't need from that one. Oh, almost had it. So trees you want to be like going straight down, and they can flip it up and then hit it from other angles. Yeah, remember that. Oh yeah, I can go this way first. Current, get some air. Not dying the way out of here. Okay. Do another loop because I went too far that way. Again over here. Okay. Now I put this little spiral shell. Okay. Breath. Now I can move that. Pufferfish. Ah, this said 8 arms. Go too fast, it will grab me. Balanced against, you know, the fact that I have limited air. Do have to do everything kind of quickly. Stopping up on HP or air, I can't remember which. Oh. Neither in this case. Okay, I'm not quite dead. I'm not quite dead. I'm not quite dead. Please be the end to level up here. I have 0 HP. More fish would be very nice. Pufferfish don't count. Thank you. What did I say? Jellyfish also do not count for what it's worth. Okay, so now real quick, I look up passwords for Echo the Dolphin, because screw this level. I do want to show us more of this. Unforgivably difficult game. Just some passwords, please. I believe I can. Okay. These passwords are these game genie codes. Okay. Again, no, for cheat codes. Come on, Game FAQs, help me out here. Just want to skip a level. Is that too much to ask? Okay, we're in business. Real quick, like. I can give a bit of a tour of this. The magic of cheating. I'll fall asleep, you. I showed most of that level. It's fine. There we go. Strong current there. We have to get our rock friend to help. Which totally isn't really annoying. It's the sense when it goes all the way down, right? Pick you up. Let's some here, bring you back to your friends here. He doesn't say, just have your idea, got it. Nicole Soul just being, rescue all these dolphins. Kind of overshot it, but it worked out. Oh, this is really unforgiving, isn't it? That is a key for me also. Oh. Another orca that way. Checking out. It's the next right. Good. this is still just giving some general tips about things. Well, again, like, the radar kinda does suck. Okay, listen up. Not super helpful. Yeah, these are also kind of just like introducing some techniques like this, which are not the most immediately obvious, honestly. Is this new or just how I got over here in the first place? This is how I got over here, isn't it? So we're gonna need to like get that rock to the right side and write it all the way down. Or rather, write it almost all the way down. A lot of this frustrating stuff going on early in this game, and late in this game too, if I'm really honest. Okay, so you spawn my rock. I may skip ahead more. So I want to show off the plot more than the gameplay, thanks. Nope. What I hit? Oh. Escape for full screen, okay. Let me jump down to that level or two to where it starts getting to the actual plot. Okay, the first couple levels are just kind of like talking to some local dolphins and whales and orcas rather to get hints at where to find this big blue whale that apparently has a lot of stuff. And then you get to a real fun part. I lost my place somehow. Start my phone. More memorable part. So eventually you're told that you gotta like cross the ocean properly to find this old wise whale here, which leads to a fun level, which is very illuminating as to this game's design philosophy, frankly. The open ocean is cold and dangerous. May take me a few tries. I do think this, yeah, is the safer strategy. Just keep charging. Hopefully hit the sharks from behind. They will mess you up if you don't. What iframes? Stop drifting upward. I think I mentioned I usually play with the turbo controller. I don't think I need to explain why. Yeah, so that goes on for a bit. Reset again. Thank you for passwords. And let's see, after you finally cross the ocean, which is just like, I think 3 or 4 get your breath again distances through that mess, you eventually make your way through. I missed the letter. Or did I? Hey, these shouldn't exist. There we go. So here we are at the North Pole. There are still sharks. There are also freaking spider crabs. They hide in the ice like that. But it's very claustrophobic and awful. This is, of course, an unrelentingly difficult game. You can't slide across the ice in your belly, so that's something. As a small child, these things were terrifying, by the way. But that's not why I'm calling it a horror game. Everything has to be a maze, of course. And the little caves with air pockets, that's kind of just the start of the game sort of thing, really. Oh, we have to pretty much find the surface. So it gets very much a game about resource management, because you can only explore so much on a single gulp of air. Then you're encouraged to go slow and, like, use your map. There's very finite healing. This is over here. At this point, they expect you to know that those are just, you know, blocks. Gotta find a key somewhere. Which I guess is, like... further to the left than I started? Point that way and have some water behind me and stupid little ice flow. Pretty sure I can go that way. Yeah, so way to go. You can tell because it gives me fish. And crabs. Either you're like the smallest dolphin or everything in the world is way bigger than it should be. Well, I guess not the sharks, oddly enough. And it just goes on like this, by the way. Yeah, so I'm gonna be inputting a lot of passwords because screw Echo the Dolphin. Try and give a broad overview of the major strokes. I'm not going to turn off every level either, because there's a lot of them. Let's see. Again, people were like tasked with the game making a game about given the task of making a game about a cute dolphin, and they made this. Like, with its like oppressive, mysterious music, and it's just giant freaking spider crabs everywhere. And that's the start of the level. Just instant crab ambush, huh? No air, instant crab ambush. Thank you. You do have to like catch the fish too, so like here I'm wasting air trying to heal up. Okay, I should go up here. Am I allowed to breathe? I am, okay. I breathe and eat? It's a luxury. Okay. Yeah, get it with the crabs. Can I go further left? Nope, not here. Maybe from that little, like, sort of a checkpoint. If I get a running start, maybe. Or not. Okay. I can, like, unavoidable damage right at the start here. This is a mean, mean game. You guys get some air there. Okay. Can I please have HP and air at the same time? And, like, a moment's peace, check my map. I guess I'm making a lot of demands now, huh? I actually have to take that little hole over there and get out. It's technically possible. Just gotta get this one jellyfish out of the way. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so eventually you find the whale here. And the whale suggests that you seek a weirder source of knowledge. Then you get sent through some horrible underwater caves with no air at all. And eventually, I'm just going to narrate this so there's no one going to get through this whole level. You find this, like, gigantic free-floating string of DNA, which tells you about the time machine in Atlantis. And sure I can show off the start of Atlantis. That's not too big an ask, I guess. I do think I've been like get through parts of this game. Okay, so there's a lot of filler between the actual like plot novels. Just the plot novels are at the end of kind of painful levels, and it is so easy to like overshoot slightly and wind up moving the cursor. There we go. I did that very wrong. Okay, so that password's wrong. You have to look at that test screen for a while and reset it. I'm annoying. Yeah, it's very much a game designed to make you panic constantly. So yeah, after your second mentor gives you some hints, you head off to Atlantis here. Such a helpful map. This is healing available. That's more traditional of a video game structure. 9 currents. Your character constantly screaming. There, which I need. I think to break those chains earlier. Which requires some precise object manipulation under time pressure. Because it's Echo the Dolphin. Push up with your nose. That's the trick you gotta remember. You're in, getting over it with Echo the Dolphin. And then here comes the crab. So you do some of that stuff. Brutally difficult game. Let's see. So you hang out in there for a while. long story short, once again, there is a time machine in Atlantis, because of course there is. It's that kind of game. Where do we go with our time machine? I think the answer to that should be obvious. Where do you always go with time machine in a video game? That's right. So at least they give you like a moment's peace at the start of this. Oh, of course. Did I actually get it though? Yes, there we go. That you could have spent a little bit more animation budget on that, I think. Make this. There we go. Wait, is this far from the games I have the weaponized song? That's good. There's still a jellyfish. What is down here? Is this just fit in? What the heck? It was so hard to get in this whole thing. There's a couple of giant coelacanths. How rude. Or do I just have this as a little like stopover so I can get enough height to call out a taxi? Or like a secret passage sort of thing going on here. Or I can hear my narration. Yeah. So you mess around for a while in the Jurassic period. Eventually find, let's see, the source of all life. Some trilobites and such. weird time loop thing where you have to like steal a piece of the big DNA thing that was missing in the past and bring it to the present to fix it. And then you replace some old levels after you fix that. And eventually you end up back at the start of the game. And at the start of the game, you just dive up into the air, except this time you aren't tossed aside, and you end up with everybody else after getting some, like, helpful power-ups from friendly friends. And then you get the fun end game. Which is several levels long. I'm going to show up a couple of them. You have more than one button. Why did you use this interface? I mean, the answer is the developer is somebody who comes from the world of PCs and did not really consider how people do things on controllers. So yeah, once you get sucked up with all your friends, you end up in the tube. So this is an auto-scroller, and I did die that fast. The good news is, the water here is oxygenated, I believe, or I got some kind of don't have to breathe power up. One of the two. It's been a while. So touching anything hurts a ton, but then you regenerate. I guess I did die like a fraction of a second into level. And yes, you do have this whole elaborate turning animation whenever you move, which makes this much harder than it would be otherwise. So yeah, this is the first of several auto-scrollers, at least a couple of them anyway. Oh, just two. Yeah, I'm going to skip to the end, because if I die in the end, I will go to the level before that, and I can turn it off that way, and that'll be fine. Oh, there is a little bit more build-up for this than I'm going to be showing off. And that you find smaller versions of the final boss here before you actually find it. And they're still kind of freaky. It's because like it's a particularly cruel auto-scroller, which will like start moving one direction and then jerk back the other way just to trip you up. Eventually, you end up here. And you know what? In case I want to try this again, let me do a quick little save state here. Or, oh, it's awkward UI. Never mind. I'll just die and that'll be that. Anyway. Yeah, you deal with this. This giant, you know, very I've seen alien, horrifying monster in space. And if you lose, you go back to the previous level. Which is, yeah, full of this size ones. And it's very unforgiving, as is the whole game. People talk about games being Nintendo hard. People don't remember when games were Genesis hard. a much less fair state of affairs. So you'll notice that while I do have this weaponized song, the first hit decapitates them, but then I have the other severed head coming after me still. So now hopefully you see why I say, okay, this is the first survival horror game. Like, you got the intense resource management of your breath meter and the limited supply of fish, and you got this stuff going on. At least you regenerate like crazy in this part of the game. Oh, this level right here, kind of a long level. But once you know, through rope memorization, work out how to get through here consistently, which you have to do every time you go to fight the final boss, unless it's easy for you to just like go back to the password screen and deal with that nonsense. You will eventually get some more chances to cruel to go into that final boss fight, where eventually, hopefully, if you're good, you get to a point where you can survive for more than 5 seconds in there, deal with the constantly spawning small enemies and random crap flying around, and just scream at this screen-filling alien head's eyeballs enough for them to explode. And then avoid getting eaten as it's like sucking in everything in the room in a dying gasp. And then you save the cute little dolphins in the cute little dolphin game. I'm getting there. Did I take your own turn already? Am I doing that cruel? Should I be on that left side? Probably be on that left side, huh? Oh, okay. No. No, just kidding. Going this way. Cheap shots everywhere. They do. Okay. Yeah. So again, this is on for a while. Then you hit the final boss, and the final boss is awful. And that's Ecco the Dolphin, the first survival horror game. It has a sequel. Sequel's just as creepy. I'll just let this demo loop for a while, I think. I do recall the sequel being a bit more fair. Like, it's still brutal, but like it's not. You're going to die 2 seconds into the level brutal. It does have sections like this where you're just kind of in this pseudo 3D going forward, just, running through rings and such. if you want some fun, search for Echo the Dolphin Welcome to the Machine map. I was not anywhere near, like, the 1/4 point there, I don't think. But here's having to beat that final boss. It's a very direct sequel that way. And again, I have to show you this because, like, people are aware of these games, but they're not aware of what these games really are. Just pure nightmares. So okay, that's what we got for track mode. Let me see if I can find just some quick highlights. Sure, that's one to show off. Level 6, nice and early in the game. This will be a little lacking in context, I'm sorry, but you know. Two at a time. So yeah, much of the same in the sequel, but you also wind up going into the future, not just the past. And in the future, like, humanity is dead. We don't discuss why at all. There are psychic dolphins that can fly, and the ocean itself is sentient. And there are kind of like highway tubes connecting the Atlantic and Pacific, which just kind of float over the ocean, and you use them to get to a new place. And it's fine. Nothing scary or bad happens on the way. They need to make your map a bit nicer in this one, at least. And once again, just drop me directly onto a shark. Thank you. These little bubble things. Just the right angle, of course. Am I right to sing at them? More of those. Go away, shark. I'm not here for you right now. So there are some subtle differences in the visual style. It's like more Rizzling Dolphin, first of all. Nicer shading, and a few more like in-between frames on the motion, so you can actually, you know, course correct some. Okay, there we go. Oh, I have to keep hitting them. Okay, of course. Reasonable test of dexterity. Okay, here's a little weird future pond. There's a little checkpoint. And here's back to the start of the level. Yeah, because that's reasonable. You can let me go. I know what I'm doing now. Damn future dolphins sticking me on the place. Yeah, just, you know, proceed up this way. These weird still pools. This isn't actually a bad game, but... Jerk! 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 Okay, I'm actually in progress. So imprecise. Why are you sending me down? Hey? Yeah, I've noticed that. Are you just gonna be a complete jerk and dump me to the end level? Yeah, I was trying to go up, not down, thanks. Down, lay down. I don't want to be on this ride. Okay, that's the end of that. Finish the level. This game is still, like, you know, brutally difficult, but it's not, like, impossibly difficult like the first game is. Sometimes you get, like, half a second to think. Sure. Okay, just right there. If people let me like keep my Z position here, or Y rather. Maybe. Great. Just let me actually hit that. So this level, we turn into a tiny bird and then try to not, you know, be killed by martial archer birds. Or smacking her head into things. No, the controls aren't obvious. Yeah, so this goes on for a while. And let's see. I usually seem to have skipped past the thing I wanted to show off there. Oh, what other weird things happen in this one? Okay, I might have been mixing things up, and this is where you have to do like the whole time travel thing to rebuild your DNA friend. I do love it, like looking through this walkthrough. There's so many levels just like, no, just use the password and skip this one. Let's see. So we have a rematch of the final boss of the first one, like halfway through the game. Or so. And I guess it's towards the end. No, halfway through. And there's a whole bunch of stuff after that, and it's just, it's a mess. It's a mess of a game. Weird sci-fi plot concepts. I made it to show off some of those. Happy to have done that. Again, both of them just like incredibly difficult. But very just like inherently creepy. And yeah, again, just the constant threat of like running out of air is such a thing. So let's see, what else can I show off that's better for my heart? Oh, here's an interesting one that doesn't get much talk. And maybe a little bit of a demo without any instructions or having played it in several years. So, who likes the Urkwon Masters? Boo hiss. This is Starflight, and there's an interesting dialogue here, where there was a game made called Star Control, which was... Well, okay, if I really go back, there's a game made called Space War, and that was kind of the first video game. You just have these two spaceships just like dueling around with one of those, you know, like forward for thrust, and then just spin for any other movement sort of things. Some years later, so I made a game called Star Control that was basically an updated take on that with various wacky races, different ships, having a good old throwdown like that. And that inspired this game, Starflight, which kind of ran with the concept a bit. And the developer of Star Control liked what was going on in Starflight, and so made Star Control 2 basically sequel to this game, at least mechanically and like thematically. So then a bunch of right stuff happened. Star Control 2 is now properly called the Urquan Masters. You can get it for free. You should. It's good. And this is similar. And I maybe remember how to play it. And I once again have to fight with nonsense keyboard. There we go. So we start off on a space station here. And one thing we're doing is building out a crew. I do not remember how many crew members you get to have. Oh, I gotta name them all too. You know what? Since I hate this, we're gonna have Stu. And we have a number of races. I'm just gonna go down the list because I don't remember what their deals are. Okay, so Velox are insect people. And I guess you can be our navigator. Don't remember how high this goes. What is the stat cap? Because I spent all this money. 250. You know what? Still be our navigator. Spend some of that later. Let's see. What else is a workable thing I can type in really quickly? We'll have cab. Be a Thrin, why not? They are reptile people. They are good at communications. Okay. And we'll have good old Guy. The Eloan. Doctor, sure. And I don't know. Just to see what else we got in the mix here. You'll have Bort the android. Okay, yeah, it has much better stats at things, but then can't improve them. Yeah, that's fine. Screw Bort. We'll have him. Human. Okay, humans are good at science. And we select an engineer, so let's have another. We'll have Duetta. Also be a Velox because they're also good at this, and you can assign you to There we go. It's a reasonable crew. And I can train them with some of my money to improve some stats. Artifact, which is which? You're the engineer. Let's take this up to, I don't know, 100 or so. It's probably fine. Gotta do those using RPG stats and all. Let's see, doctor. Type. You are engineer. Is wrong or I did screw that up. Okay, hang on. Already wasted the money, but there we go. Okay, I dumped the screen. There we go. So we got our ship here. It's a good ship name. Rocky the Rocket is fine. Okay, we're gonna buy some stuff for this. Do anything about the right, this is also a thing. All the mobility stuff. That's gonna be that. Hopefully I don't need money for anything else that I forgot about, which I almost certainly do. Buy and sell some supplies. Let's go back to my ship. What was the first thing then? Some good, like, 3D effect on the floor there. Okay. Right, messages. Here's our basic mission plan. It's a very open game. Okay. I want to double check that last stop here, because did you go and hide fuel in here? I bet you did. Yes, you did. Okay. And these are mysterious things that I forgot to do. I'm now totally broke, so let's go explore space. Here we are, just over around the station. We've got some other plants in the area. Gravity is a thing. I'm gonna check these out.
Orbit established.
You're gonna orbit established. And let's see.
Scanning.
Let's do some sciencey stuff. Okay, we got some stuff.
Analyzing.
Okay, gravity's not too bad. There's some stuff down there. Let's
Planet log.
got our notes. Nobody's hurt or anything like that. So let's try to land on here somewhere for stuff. No, this seems fine. And then I forgot how to land properly. Just kind of bounced a bit. There's some minerals, there's some right here. Some digging in there, okay. There's one up here. There's lots of plutonium around here.
Fuel level 50%.
Critters to pick up. Killed that one. We're getting low on fuel and cargo space, so let's
Fuel level critical.
re-embark and get the hell out of here. Okay, so A, you want to hold to thrust and not just bounce off the planet like that. So take what we got. Let me head back to base.
Orbit established.
And we go back aboard. Okay, we've got a slugite here. Have that. We've got a bunch of plutonium. Have all that. Then I can go repair my ship because I kind of bounced it a little bit. Oh, that's all fine. Okay. Never mind. Good. And let's buy a bunch more fuel. 'Cause I didn't feel like I had enough of that to begin with. Oh. Did I have, Okay, yeah. And that was a colonizable planet, which is what logging it means. So I got some money for that. That's cool. I can perhaps use some of that to buy me a little something nice. Really for this. Oh, I have way less money than I thought I did. Never mind. Oh, right, because I bought a truckload of fuel, right. And I forgot I got paid for the recommendation before I spent the money. So let's see what else we have in the area. Try to be conservative with fuel.
Orbit established. Scanning.
Check this out. Okay, I should not recommend this one for colonization.
Analyzing.
But it is, you know, safe enough to land on it. Grab some more stuff. Let's see if this time I can manage to not bounce. Nice and soft. There we go. Something down here. Here. Here's my half my fuel is gone warning. Start heading back. I did not invest my starting cash wisely. There's a little brown one up here. See what's up with that.
Orbit established. Scanning.
Okay. Lots of stuff. Yeah, probably not one to like try to
Analyzing.
colonize. It's just kind of a rock. Almost no gravity. But there's, you know, stuff down there, so let's you do anyway. Let's land. Check this rock out. Oh. It's a very green rock, actually. Some stuff like right here. In theory. Stuff that I might not be able to get because my mining equipment sucks, actually. Oh, well, here we go. Oh, here we go. I'll take stuff just being around. start heading back.
Fuel level critical.
Where? It's probably a decent haul. Yeah, hall's full. One more, you know, get back to the store.
Orbit established.
Sell all this stuff that I found. Make a pretty tidy profit, honestly. Perhaps make some upgrades. Cargo is important. Turbochargers, I guess I got a lot on that already. Let's see. I guess it's fine to just have money sometimes. Now normally I would be, you know, very thorough and I'd be like checking out that last planet and, you know, grinding some cash up, training my people up to max skill levels before doing this. But, you know, I'm trying to just show off a lot of this game in a hurry, so let's leave the solar system.
Leaving solar system.
That's what I said. Then I got a big old space map. Huge even. Every dot is its own star. I can scroll this around. They all got stuff on them. So, you know, early on, you're still just kind of like exploring around, probably taking copious notes on paper. You burn fuel real quick in deep space here, if I recall. But let's just pick a direction and go. To this distant star.
Entering solar system.
Chest. Okay. We don't all have planets, but they all, you know, exist.
Solar system.
There's this line of 3 green ones down here. That would be interesting.
Entering solar system.
Yeah, here we got some stuff. Hello. Let's maybe be bit more obsequious and, you know, ask them some questions. I like how to wait for the answer too. You can't just like advance the dialogue. Okay, they're scanning us. What's up in general? Okay, so we're free to go. hopefully. Yeah, they're gonna wander off. Cool. So there's a lot of different alien races you can find, like work out where their territory is, and okay, so what I'm getting at is they live here. I should probably leave. I did not really make a combat build here. Yeah, it's one of these. You know, those space games they used to make. And there is a plot. As you go out exploring and talk to more people, you find out some things. There is a big crisis that is affecting fuel in particular. And you eventually, you know, work that out. And yeah, you take all this information and then you start making maps to special locations and you find weird little artifacts and you do a thing with them. And there's a whole ending. But mostly it's a game just about like going out and exploring and you know, customizing a little ship and party and all that. Stocking up weird space animals to sell to the zoo. Mining for various resources, trade for fuel. Upgrading those cargo pods a lot. I keep forgetting to like hit a button to that. Oh, I'd rather not be killed. I'm just gonna go. If that's okay. Find some different space weirdos.
Leaving solar system.
Oh, I didn't even get where I was going. Okay. There's like warps, aren't there? There sure are. So that's neat. Just selling out of those.
Entering solar system.
Alright, that was part of the issue. Is like solar flares are a thing. I think it's just a generic ship design before you've like properly identified people. Ah. Yeah, okay. I do have one or two on my crew. Oh, right. That's the problem having Mid-Phase Crew. I forgot. Someone, right? Okay. Oh well.
Shield raised.
That would help. I forgot that I spent this action weapon. Okay, that's less good. Just try to buy some time here, get those repairs done.
Scanning.
Gonna see what their ships look like in the future to avoid this sort of diplomatic incident. Still getting repaired. I think I can like listen to that record. If I can get to it again. Oh, that's a problem. Now have a drift. How's that weapon repair doing? Not great. No, I'll probably be killed for my hubris of forgetting that not all the starting species get along with each other. At all, turns out. But yeah, Starflight, it's a neat game. It's, again, very open-ended, very exploratory. It helps to have the, manual and the giant fold-out space map and the, a pad of paper to keep serious notes, because, it does not hold your hand in unfolding the plot and just general state of things. But it's cool. It's worth playing. And again, it clearly very directly inspired the Urquan Masters, which is another really solid game you should play. That's free. Yeah, it's neat. And while I'm going through the stuff that's very this is a PC game that happened to be on Genesis somehow. Got a couple more of those. Good old. Yeah, so many Western developers on Genesis. It's kind of a weird thing. So you have Sega, and then you have people from the UK.
The battle for Arrakis.
Digitized speech is cool. This is actually Dune 2, technically. This is this kind of tutorial, I see. It's a pretty sizable variety of things. So, if it wasn't obvious, this is one of the first RTS games ever. It's a good, cute way to do that, actually.
Construction complete.
So, little speech samples, too. I'm just tickled by this, like, hand on the controller actually is the D-pad. Like, we are leaving nothing to chance.
Reporting.
We are going a little slow, though.
Acknowledged.
So A does stuff, so I'm basically getting here, yeah.
Reporting.
Oh, you have to manually control your harvesters to this degree, that's distressing.
Acknowledged.
I guess hit A to select it, yeah. It's gonna be A? It sure is.
Acknowledged.
I forget how handled this is, though. It's kind of cute.
Reporting.
So at the dawn of the genre, on the Sega Genesis, we still had A moving.
Acknowledged.
Kind of funny, really. Okay, pretty straightforward. So it can be, you know, the good guys from the book, the bad guys from the book, or whoever the hell this is. You know, just for variety's sake, what is your deal? Okay. Ah. I mean, you didn't make a great pitch. I mean, you didn't either. How about you guys? That's how you describe yourself, huh? I guess I got the ones who didn't like outright say, "Hi, we're evil." I'm pretty sure I can do that. Ooh, that's good. That's real good. Okay, so gotta like expand out some. Yes.
Reporting.
Also explore a little bit.
Approaching. Yes, sir. Moving out. Construction complete. Construction complete. Yes, sir. Moving out. Base under attack. Yes, sir. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Do I need like way more space for this or what?
Construction complete. Reporting. Acknowledged.
With the HO actually.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Like, no?
Reporting. Acknowledged.
I have played this before, just not much. But if I have like a full 4x4, would that let me do it?
Construction complete.
Or are you making me build a wind trap first? That could be.
Construction complete.
Okay, now can I build something else? Okay, yeah, that was the issue. Simple enough.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Do the whole tech tree.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Okay, that does automatically harvest on its own. That's good.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yeah, like, honestly speaking, for how incredibly old this is, like, a nice, smooth RTS.
Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Like, this isn't particularly worse than, you know, Warcraft 1?
Acknowledged.
Actually, this doesn't really have the road thing, so this is better. So, yeah, you just gotta
Reporting. Acknowledged.
guard our little harvester here, I guess, and it'll do its thing.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Now, lot for a tutorial mission, but you know.
Reporting.
There's like deeper spice here. What are you doing with here?
Reporting.
There's the stuff. Meow, meow, meow. And then back we head. Drop that off. Hi. How you doing? I'm coming up here. Okay. How you doing? It's a spicy harvester. Number go way, way, way up. Holy cow.
Yes, sir.
Actually move so you're not blocking the good stuff.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting.
Is there more of that deep stuff? Because that seemed to like help a lot for actually getting it.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
You are really annoying, baby. Just so you know.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Enemy units approaching.
Oh.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out.
There's fighting to do over here.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
So you do always deselect everything in order, so that's like mind. But yeah, it's much better spice over that side. Okay, well, now let's finish the mission. Meh. You gonna move it all, baby? There we go. Thank you. Okay. It's a really good map. I like it a lot. Okay, so let's get that going.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Some
Reporting.
light scouting.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged. Construction complete. Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Of course, I have to get the spice going.
Enemy units approaching. Acknowledged.
those going.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Don't steal my build stuff, please.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Making big refinery.
Construction complete.
Down this way.
Moving out.
It's definitely like the front, so I should probably
Acknowledged.
have some more stuff up this way.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out. Construction. Construction complete. Construction complete. Reporting. Acknowledged. Construction complete.
Okay, I'm a little bit broke.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting.
Oh. What suddenly happened? Weird.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
I like drop what you have there so I can just start spending something.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Okay.
Reporting.
You know
Acknowledged.
where the enemy is.
Reporting.
You know where the goods place is.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting.
I like chain queue things? Probably not.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Reporting.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out.
Sounds more.
Construction complete. Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving
One
out.
thing to play in RTS is that you build a lot of barracks.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving out.
Should I have to build like this close to home? I wonder. Or if I'm gonna do a vehicle instead. Climb that tech tree some. Oh. Hang on.
Construction complete.
Oh, did I just like outright lose the one they couldn't place? Oof. Also, there are guys coming. I have played before, but it's been a bit.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Base under attack.
Yeah, it's not good.
Construction complete. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose this one, but you get the idea. It's an RTS. It's one of the earliest. I think there's technically one game in the genre that's slightly older than this, but like nobody ever talks about it. Yeah, this is actually decent. Especially for being on the Genesis. Like, wow. I'm doing terribly, partially because like I lost my big vehicle from this just suddenly spawning in as a random unexpected thing. But yeah, that's Dune 2. It's neat. You know what else is neat? Shadowrun is neat. So I think I've explained this before, but around like 1993, 1994, 1995, the publisher of the pretty cool RPG Shadowrun decided it was time to do some video games, and they did not put all their eggs in one basket. 3 games came out back to back to back, all called Shadowrun. different developers, different takes on the source material. The one I kind of prefer, from what I've played of them, is the SNES game, which is kind of an RPG, kind of an adventure game. Plays a little fast and loose with the like whole essence thing that's part of the base game. There's the actual tabletop game where you're basically not allowed to be a cyborg and a wizard at the same time. You got to pick one. But I had the whole just keyword-based conversation thing going on. It really, 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 really gets the tone right for what it's all about. There's apparently a visual novel for the Sega CD that never left Japan. I'd love to see that sometime. And then there's the Genesis game here, which is trying to be very, very close to the source material mechanics-wise. So we have a choice of 3 types of character to play. Guy with guns, guy with computer, guy with magic. I seem to recall the way this works, and this one's actually pretty cool. But I've showed off the opening bits of the SNES one, and on atmosphere, this has nothing on it. But this is still a good game. And it's very much like a PC RPG on the console. And then, of course, many years later, we got the terrible, team shooter on the Xbox. And then we got Shadow Returns, which is, again, tactical RPG-ish thing with a built-in editor. Very, very good. But for now, yeah. I do own a copy of this. I am actually looking at it. It is, for some reason, on my desk right now by my monitor. I think I was getting ready to actually pop it into a physical system at some point and just kind of got distracted. I don't have the manual handy, though. It's kind of annoying. But this is our conversational system, just picking from up to 3 options. Okay. Up the street to get some job of some kind. Got it. Oh, we got a weird little turnaround. Thank you. The gun store. Okay. Well, I have no money, so I'll be oh, start to leave. That's weird. And I am dead. I have not figured out the controls. I have. That's the shoot button. Okay. Of course, now I have no idea where I am. Jukebox? Oh, it's one door off, okay.
Schattenlaub.
Here we go.
Schattenlaub.
Okay, so I'm literally like going next door and getting someone and bringing it here. Is that right? Um, okay. Oh, start as a backwood is so weird. So not that Halloween bar, a different Halloween bar. Got it. Just like learning to navigate in this game is kind of the whole thing. And I have been ported once more. So yeah, like, there are people who absolutely swear by this game as like the greatest thing ever. And I mean, I kind of see it, but like, there's a learning curve to this. If nothing else, you really need a map to get started properly. And I would definitely think I'd need the manual to do this properly, but let's...
Rejected.
Oh. I don't even start with one of those as a hacker, that's annoying. Yeah, a lot of random attacks from wandering goons tend to happen. You get stabbed a lot. This is one of those ones where like I do own it. I will play it properly someday, but like it is not that day yet, really. I am just getting hopelessly lost. Oh. Okay, I found the person I was looking for. Directions could have been a little bit clearer. Okay.
Shut them out. Shut them out.
Okay, that I can handle. See, a very grindy start to this. Just get random odd jobs from this guy here. What's this building? Fair enough. But yeah, if I can manage to actually get that far, which is a big, 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 big if. Once you buy yourself a cyber deck, you can start finding computer terminals and going through the matrix and it is a pretty good simulation of like the actual crazy rules that the tabletop game had for that at the time. Would you happen to be a ghoul? Because that would really help me out if you were. You don't look very ghouly though. I suppose to be fair, my beloved SNES Shadowrun also has a lot of like random encounters like this. But it's a little less twitchy of a combat system. More of a auto-target, mash the attack button sort of thing. Thank you. Let's be honest, I barely know how to use my gun, okay? Yeah, this is going for more of a, like, somewhat Fallout-y, I suppose you could argue. Open-ended, just, you know, make money how you want, customize your character a little bit. form your own little gang, investigate the big central mystery sort of thing. Whereas SNES Shadowrun is a bit more narrative in its approach. It'd be cool if you were goals. Almost certain you're not. Yeah. So the start is definitely very grindy. Getting to a point where you're like well equipped and can start taking on more advanced things. I don't have the patience for it at the moment. But I will say, like, people who call this way better than the SNES one, like, they got a lot of uphill arguing to do. I just don't see it. It's like literally the only point they have is, well, that one lets your main character, like, you know, do cyberspace stuff and cast spells at the same time. And it's like, deal with it. It makes sense to have that restriction in a, you know, party-based tabletop RPG. But the in-universe justification for it is kind of terrible, so I'm okay leaving it behind. And everything else about that game is just immaculate. So let's see, a couple more to get to here. What's worth showing off? Let's see. Oh, that's a good one. So who likes Zelda? Honestly speaking, in a vacuum, if there's a gold thing and a silver thing fighting, I kind of feel like the silver one is probably the more trustworthy. It just, oh, well, okay, you're making a good point with that. It's there. It's got a skull on it. That's kind of, you know. You lose some points for the skull. Also, I love that, like, the one credit on the title screen is Yuzo Koshiro did the music on this. Which, you know, that's true for a lot of games. It's always a good thing. He's great. Okay, there we go. Well, this is going to be tricky. Okay, now here you're using B for yes. Sure. totally defying conventions on this system. If we hold down C, we crouch. If we let go, we just tap, we jump. And we can tap B to attack in a really flamboyant fashion. Or hold it to block. Or hold it for a second and then let go to slash. And I think A is for talking. Double tap direction to run. It is mostly a Zelda type game. Okay, stab the dog, how dare you? So I know it's a headband, but those things are just kind of wearing cool shades from certain angles. Most of them, even. That was easy. I do like how you approach with your problems by kicking them. I'm not gonna fight with you, how dare you? You feel a little bad for, like, just instinctively attacking these little rat guys, because they don't really seem hostile at all. Very screamy. Should I perhaps take a wrong turn? Also, weird music choice. Like, very Arthurian. You know, I'm gonna stop attacking them. I feel bad. Should I attack on the right then? Yeah, it's been a number of years. The main thing to remember about this is, first of all, the combat is kind of neat. You have a surprising number of options. Also kind of neat is the magic system once it's revealed. This whole, like, there's elemental spirits, but you don't just get, like, you know, hit this button to throw fireballs. It's like, find a fire pit, and you can conjure out a little, like, fire spirit from it, and have it do something nearby, or find a puddle to get your little water spirit out, etc., etc. You're wonderful. I'm so sorry. Be at peace. You do you. You're great. I could seem to have a little bit more direction to start here. Okay, this seems pretty castle-y. Or not. Yeah, perhaps that first little rat guy was just randomly visiting town at the same time as villains showed up, and I got the wrong impression. Not much of an ambush, was it? Aha, okay. I found the plot. Oh, there's like durability. I don't know if this is right. That's just for later. Okay. Now I'm on track. Yep, work that out on my own, thanks. Ooh. Neat. Awful on this keyboard setup I'm using right now, but neat. Shortcut. water temple I believe I found earlier. A locked building way to the east. I guess if I like really just stand right in front of them, they will eventually try to attack me, but like it takes them a while. Hey, you. No fighting allowed on the stairs, apparently. Dangerous roughhousing. This is fun combat. Okay, here we are. Rude. Bobos here. Oops. Oh, hello. Healing cheese. Very flat slimes. There's a lot of like discoverable combat techniques too, if I recall, that you can just kind of luck into by trying fighting gamey stuff. There we go. Get low to the ground, I hope. No. Ha! Hello. You seem boss-like. Let me pick up a real sword. something. Okay. Sorry, if you pull him out of the water and then here's my little fairy pal until I dismiss it or could mow it out. I really can't like reasons to hurt their at people anymore. I've noticed that they're that non-combative. Should have sucked my parents then. What a long walk it is over here. Will do. Me? I'm not quite sure if my MP regenerate. But it definitely happened there. Love me a good digitized scream. Yeah, they're just wonderful little guys here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your little thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I would never. So this is where I got water powers from. Maps are underrated sometimes. Very nice little signpost. Follow this here river. Here we go. fish. Okay. Okay, that's back to shadow, not deep water. Got it. Buffalo away. Aha. How tough are these fish? Holy cow. Oh, I see how it works. Yeah, but it's a timer, not a MP bar. That makes sense. Entirely too much nonsense. Eating Mr. Jet box, apparently. Ooh. Sure that restores MP. Or, you know. Oh, didn't see that. Eat it? Yeah. Just use that. Yeah, a lot of zombies at once is asking for trouble. Got it. Don't know that we have the key to that door. But there's an incinerator there, is neat. save MP. Now that I know how that system works. Ha. Yeah, nice basic level stuff. I think this is a bad choice. You know what? I think it wasn't a bad choice. Okay, yeah, enough of this. Where's that bow? Where's one that's not absurdity ammo? Get that slot again. Okay, I've got the quick bow and the slow crossbow with much more ammo. Okay. Probably try to stick to dry land too. I can't like hold the charge though. That's nice. Oh my fish. Carry on the fire. Big ol' sword on the hands. Okay, okay. I see what I'm doing here. Okay. Getting a feel for it. Yeah, the fire pile and so on. Yeah, your classical Greek elements. But you have to like find the source to sun out temporarily and eat your fruit to go longer if you need to. It's a cute little game. You have like again a very, very varied pool of actions at any given time, just from tap this or hold this or whatever. Speaking of a pretty varied pool of actions. I think the last thing I have to show off for the old Genesis here now, interestingly, I think this is a slightly different version of this than what I have, but the full proper name of this game here is Wonder Boy 5 Monster World 3. Because the series is complicated like that. So I know when I did my little Master System showcase, I showed off the two games on that in the series. They are quite wonderful. Little action RPGs. The first Wonder Boy we don't talk about because it was it's better known as Adventure Island to most people, essentially. Actually, wait a second. Wait a second. This is way too close to start Wonder Boy 2. Did I, in fact, accidentally grab a port of Wonder Boy 2? Is it, in fact, West Stone or West One? I've never been sure. No, I think this is one. So yeah, like the original Wonder Boy, weird game. It's you're riding a skateboard through the woods and grabbing fruit for time, and it was later repackaged as Adventure Island is, I guess, the way to put it. There's a strange deal going on where Sega owns the right to the name, but Westone owns the right to the game itself, so they just kind of were porting to everything else and just, reskinning it like crazy back in the day. Wonder Boy 2 is originally an arcade game, which is kind of like this in its approach. Except a little bit more side-scrolly. There's a timer. And basically the whole point of the game is just like finding secrets to get extra money to buy upgrades to your equipment before you get to the end of the game. So you'll be tough enough to fight the big evil dragon at the end. And then Wonder Boy 3 is, well, there's two Wonder Boy 3s, which is a little confusing. There's an arcade game, which is just a straight-up, like, side-scrolling shooter, and we don't talk about it. And then there's the real proper one, which is picking up right after 2 ends off. You are cursed by the dragon's dying breath, turn into a lizard guy. And then you have to, you know, explore the world to try to fix that. And basically your best bet for it is find some other dragons and see if their last dying breath turns into something else that's more convenient. Because that's just the thing that dragons do, apparently. And you go through various cool little animal forms to get new abilities and do stuff. It's a very, very good game. So after 1, 2, 3, and 3, we have 5 here, which is also just called Monster World 3, because it is the third one that's like this. And it's a bit of a slow start, but yeah, it's that same kind of cool action RPG as the one where you get turned into things, except here you don't get turned into things, which, you know, kind of makes it inherently a little bit inferior. You do get, like, a variety of cool equipment and little pet friends, though. And monsters are still freaking adorable. Can I? Okay, I see. Kind of right. Gotta time it right and keep the momentum going. Back here when it's down. Back here when it's down with jump leader. Back here when it's up. Oops. Back here when it's descending. I'll get this timing down. There we go. Sure. It's always weird how, like, old games, when you say to it, go, like, are you gonna keep playing? Like, I can shut it off on my own either way. You don't have to, like, exit to the title screen. Like, old PC games, sure. Like, close the software down so I can do other things. But, like, for the console, this is what I'm doing. Almost there. Hang on. Okay. reach now. It's very like Yoshi's Island in the background. Also, I'm immediately regretting not buying better boots to start. Like I said, this is where you get little friendly helpers like this. And of course, the next game in the series after this one is Monster World 4, which has a different protagonist. And the naming convention confuses some people. But then people try to make it more confused by like getting into the whole genealogy of the Adventure Island games. Like, hey, they licensed out the one game, and then the publisher of that did sequels to it on their own. You don't have to worry about those. Or you don't have to worry about the versions of these games that are like reskinned to have some Brazilian comics character. I don't know if that like happenings on the Heaven to Wand thing does anything, but it's cute. But again, like, the Dragon's Trap, or 3, whatever you want to call it, definitely the high point of the series for me. Just love the hell out of that game. There's a wonderful little remake of it. And then there's a, we no longer have the rights, but it's still a sequel called Monster Boy, which is more of a Metroidvania type take on the whole concept. That is also an excellent, excellent game. Highly recommended. Got any ideas there, little fairy pal? Maybe missing something. I've not played this in a very long time. I do recall that at some point you get like a cool little skill for this spear where you just like spin it in front of you to block projectiles, though, which is just kind of neat. Potion. Much easier fighting those than this barrier. Also, wait, how is that better? Unclear. I'm gonna get those boots because it's bugging me. And you'll see how much better I am at getting across those jellyfish too. I don't think he does damage. this game has like various different worlds, and they all have different little sidekicks you tag along with them that do something. Just don't recall what the point of this first one is. Hey, hey. So yeah, like, not as good as the previous game in the series, but still a decent little max RPG with cute enemies. I appreciate having it. Give me those. Okay, that is a much more tolerable speed. But yeah, you equip your stuff, get better stats, you wander around the world, you solve people's problems. Everything looks pretty cute. You never have the same hair color twice in these games. Which, you know, some of us like to roll that way. You get the idea. And it is now very late. Let's see, do I have one more that I missed in the first one? Let me double check. Oh, I sure do. It's not a good one, but I got it. I know what you're expecting. You're expecting Sonic the Hedgehog, but no. I've played the first 3 Sonic the Hedgehog games, but I've never owned them in any real fashion. Except for probably some collection that I'm forgetting about. They are perfectly fine action games. 2 is especially good. 1 is kind of underrated. Oh, sorry, 3 is especially good. 1 is kind of underrated, 2 is kind of meh, is what I meant to say. This is sort of Vermilion. I had that totally backwards. This is the other RPG on Genesis. Not the other good RPG, just the other RPG. It is a game. It exists. I somehow came to possession of it. Or, you know, borrowed it enough from somebody that I felt like I had it. The big claim to fame this game has is multiple game modes. Also, this game is garbage, just to be clear on that. Not at all fan. But it's in the stack, so we'll have a look at it. The music is really intense. It has all those eyes. Like, what the hell? there's a choice. It's like if you're looking up, it's fine. If you're walking to the side, those are big goofy eyes. And if you're looking down, what is this, a mask? It may be a mask. But then this kid has the same thing going on. Like, an attempt at something was made. Women, of course, have no knows that this is well known. How messed up are your eyes? Okay, now I'm wondering if this is actually like an error in this copy of the game. Because what the hell is with your faces? I don't remember that being a thing. I remember a lot of weird things about this game, and that's not one of them. I understand the pain of being too cheap to go to the inn. Oh, is it just a palette issue? Or is it supposed to be like darker skin and something's off? Like one bit got corrupted in this ROM here? That would make sense. Armies of Cartagena? Okay. Guess it's not quite as weird as Rune and Runefaust. Angled exclamation points, I see. So as was the style in like every RPG for the longest time. You talk to your father figure / king, you get you some money. Go buy yourself a sword, hit the town. This is definitely some kind of graphical error with the green on the faces. Well, what do I actually have first? Just to double check that we're not doing that thing. I got nothing. Okay. Ooh, that was good. Give me your finest sword, good sir. Stuff that I can't afford. So even the original Dragon Quest, like you have, okay, first of all, the original Dragon Quest, you have like some options in the starting equipment here, like. I kind of have to spend half the money on that sword. Because this is an action RPG, believe it or not. It's kind of very important that I be able to attack. This is what happens when you get into a fight. And every spline goes, whoa! One kill. So they did do a nice little job with the, you know, scaling sprites for the map there, I guess. And I'm dead. Yeah. Okay, I do like the excuse that like it's going to the poor, I guess. Joke's on you, I spent it all. Next one, I'll just close it once. So that's how combat works, and exploring even the overworld is this awkward sort of map where you walk so slow. Phantasy Star 4 I had it figured out. This, yeah, slow overward progress. Sorry, not slow. Sprite scaling, what I was saying, is pretty neat. So there's kind of no, like, iframes at all. In combat, really, it's just like, can I get outside of where the monsters are quickly enough to, you know, start attacking and not just get surrounded and killed instantly? And if so, you're good. And also, like, the range of the sword is very not. Oh. So yeah, I was saying, like, the map screen looks kind of technically impressive, just all the scaling sprites of that forest making a maze, but, like, then you got a mini-map in the corner, which is so much easier to navigate by, so I just use the mini-map. Also, hello. I'm actually just wrapping up for the night. But just how sort of really kind of sucks. The other mode this game has, besides the two that you've seen, or three, I guess, because towns are normal, boss fights in this go side-scroller. Just for the hell of it. And, like, they kind of made 3 bad games and glued them together for sort of a million. Anyway. So that is my collection of games for the Genesis at this point in my life.